Somehow I shut myself down.
Okay, we good to go?
Hear you. We see
All right.
you.
Catch you in a minute.
All right.
Move that item to when? 22nd? Or to next month?
It's actually, it's probably, used to be more this time, but it'll probably end up having to move to the fourth Thursday because it's a receiver report.
Yeah, fourth Tuesday. So March, whatever the last meeting is. Okay. Well, thank you for dinner.
You're welcome.
Dang, I hope we are not here all night. I'm just trying to see what the heck could keep us here. Oh, budget. Oh. We got 2 public hearings. Oh
Forgot what
my
was
God. I forgot. Yeah.
Hi, Bruce.
Mr. Lee.
Miss Christian or
Am I
Mrs.
good?
Christian. You're fine.
Thank you.
City Clerk, I believe we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the Richmond City Council meeting. It's the open session to hear public comment before closed session. I'll call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates? Absent Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Jimenez? Is absent Vice Mayor Johnson?
Present.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. So would you read the closed session items tonight, please?
Yes, this evening during closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sprawl Deaf et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., and Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, and City of Richmond versus Thomas K. Butt. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there are 3 cases. Under public employee performance evaluation, the title is city manager. Under conference with real property negotiators, the property is Terminal 1. Agency negotiators are Shasa Curl and Lena Velasco. Negotiating parties, Terminal 1 Development LLC. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment. Under public employee appointment, the title is city attorney.
Thank you. Do you have any public comments tonight?
I do not see any, let's see. Yes, we do. We have 1 public speaker, Sally Tobin. Jeswar, are you ready to call the speaker?
Yes. Sally Tobin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I noticed this week that there seems to be a new ability to make e-comments on individual items using the scribe system. When the user highlights the title of the item using the HTML version of the agenda. It's possible that e-comments might be a nice way to register opinions, but more description is really needed. Are there word limits? How are comments made available to council members? Is there a pop-up on the council member screen? Will there be a tally of some sort? How do e-comments become part of the public record? The actual comments or just the yes, no? Is this optional for council members to participate? Is there a plan to study this option and its use by the public? Is there a tutorial, which would be great? Can we try it out without driving the city council members crazy? It would be great to have more information posted on how e-comments works. Thanks very much, and I wish you all the best in your deliberations.
Thank you. Then I have 1 more speaker, Cynthia Carmichael. Cynthia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Cynthia Carmichael. I'm a newly retired family physician who's practiced in Richmond for the past 24 years. My patients have lived along with lots of air pollution and coal dust, but I'm here today to talk about the Richmond shoreline activity. There's been lots of attempts to clean up the toxins along the Richmond shoreline, but they have not been thorough enough. A grave situation will occur when sea level rise, which is coming, will mix with shoreline toxins and with shallow groundwater tables and cause significant flooding in the area where toxins are present, and then it will flow into the bay. The Richmond shoreline activity is very active, with people bring their dogs and boats and watch birds. But remember that the youngest infants and the eldest folks are at the highest risk for harm from exposures and illness. To give you a sense of what chemicals may still be present in the Stige Richmond shoreline, circa 2009, heavy metals such as cadmium, which can cause kidney damage, possible immune system effects, pesticides and herbicides, which can be irritating to the skin and much more dangerous if ingested, petroleum hydrocarbon exposure, which can cause lung issues, including pneumonia, arsenic, which is also found in drinking water, which is associated with cancers in many organs of the body. Volatile organic compounds are associated with respiratory symptoms such as asthma and emphysema. Many of the shoreline toxins are in or underwater, but potentially could be breathed in. I worry for the homeless who I often see sleeping in or near the marshes. I worry for the blue herons, the pelicans, and more. The San Francisco Baykeeper reports that there are about 1,000 such sites, similar to what's going on with Stige, in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's critical to protect our natural environment now. Hopefully, these will be enacted upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session.
Nat, they went to closed session.
All right.
Richard, this is Craig, if you hear me, checking in.
I can hear you, Craig.
Great, thank you, Sabrina. Just good to hear the confirmation. I'm here.
Jacine, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, I'm going to mute you until the meeting actually starts. Let's go in closed session.
All right. Thank you.
And Larry Lewis, I've been trying to bring you in. Please hit the button yes to join as a panelist. Larry Lewis.
Hello, did somebody call Larry Lewis?
Yeah, this is Richard from KCRT.
Hey, Richard.
I've been trying to bring you in as a panelist for the last couple of minutes, so you didn't see the dialogue box.
Am I in now?
Yeah, you're in now.
All right, great.
Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
I am ready.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Sorry we're late getting started, but sometimes we have a lot of things to talk about. So would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here.
And Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Here.
And we'll go back to Councilmember Bates. I'm sorry, I should be referring to everyone as commissioners. Commissioner Bates? Commissioner Bates?
Here.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, I erroneously announced this as the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council, but it's actually the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority.
Right.
Same characters. So would you play the instructional video, please?
Yes. KCRT.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar estrella 9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is conflict of interest. Does anybody have a conflict of interest for the Housing Authority meeting? Don't see any. The next item is agenda review. We only have one item and it's on the consent calendar. Does anybody want to change anything? Okay, we'll move to the consent calendar. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
Okay, motion by McLaughlin. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Johnson. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Chair Bud.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is adjourned, and we will now move to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bates,
Present.
this is at 7:42. Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Present.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Bud.
Here. Okay, the next item is a very exciting item, election of the vice mayor for 2022. The nominations are now open. Does anybody want to place a council member in nomination? Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to nominate Councilmember Martinez for being the vice mayor.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it. I'll second.
Okay, second by Bates. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Bud.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah.
Ask Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Item V8A, the Booker T Center restoration. I like that to be taken off of CC, or is that on CC?
Okay.
On consent.
And
Go ahead.
I'd like to also withdraw one of my items dealing with the mayor, Y1 with an explanation. Is that possible, or you want me to keep it on the agenda?
Which one are you're withdrawing? Y1?
Y1.
What's your item? You can do whatever you want to with it.
Okay, I wanted to explain why I was removing it from the new business and not for discussion. I never voted for this item to proceed. 5 of my colleagues voted to litigate against the mayor, and it has cost us thus far $186,000. And if it continues, expect to be another $100,000+. I never supported the idea of council members using city taxpayers' funds to fight their own cause. We had 3 options, in my opinion. One, in reference to the mayor.
If you're gonna explain all this, why don't you just wait and do it when the time comes?
Well, okay, I'll wait then. But I was going to react that the city attorney has.
I mean, if you want to take it off, you can just take it off.
Well, no, I'm not going to take it off without an explanation. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a friendly suggestion?
Okay, Councilmember Willis.
If Councilmember Bates is still interested in taking it off, and would you be okay giving an explanation during public comment on why you're taking it off?
Okay, I'll wait for the city attorney to rule, and then I'll follow with an explanation. But for the purpose right now, I agree, we take it off. Thank you, Councilman Willis.
Okay, all right, so it's coming off, that's my understanding. City Clerk, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, we have a correction to item V5A, and that's the RPAL lease. There was a section added, section 2.4.
V what?
V5A.
A, yeah, okay.
There's a section 2.4 that was added, termination in furtherance of development. And it reads, tenant understands and acknowledges that notwithstanding provisions of the section 2 stating otherwise, landlord may seek to utilize the property as a potential housing development site. In furtherance of such process, landlord may terminate this agreement during the term upon 90 days prior written notice to tenant.
Okay.
And I also have an announcement on item V7A. V7A was continued on February 1st, and the public hearing was supposed to be tonight. But since the item was continued to tonight, the public hearing is rescheduled for March 1st. So I just wanted everyone to know because it's already been published.
So the whole item is rescheduled to March?
No, just the public hearing portion.
Okay, so
this item sets a public hearing for March 1st.
Well, it's on a consent calendar tonight.
It's on the consent calendar, but on the 1st, it was setting a public hearing for tonight. Since the item was continued till tonight, we have to move the public hearing to March 1st.
Oh, this is just scheduling a public hearing.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one more announcement.
Okay.
Item V8A was requested to be continued by staff to March 1st. Is that correct, Joe? March 1st meeting.
Yes, please.
So, Councilmember Bates, I believe you just requested that this item be removed from consent, but it's also been requested by staff to be continued until March 1st.
Okay, all right. Okay, any other changes to the agenda? this is kind of related to the agenda, but I want to, I've had a lot of discussion about, I've gotten a lot of comments about how long our meetings go. And part of the comments have to do with how long people talk. And we have a provision in our in our city council rules and procedures that each council member is allowed up to 5 minutes. And I would like to ask you all to try to limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. If we can't get there, I'm going to institute a new system where we start keeping time on council members. So I'm asking you to sort of self-police yourselves and see if we can't move these council meetings along. And so the next item is report from city attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the closed session items, we had three litigation matters related to Point Malati. We actually gave a report on the status, and there was no reportable action taken. We also, as a litigation matter, have the City of Richmond versus Thomas Butt. We have been involved in trying to work out a settlement of that case. There was a motion by Vice Mayor Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Jimenez. It was approved 5-0 with one abstention. That was Councilmember Bates. And there was also, the mayor was absent from that discussion. The direction was for us to work on a settlement agreement, and then we would come back with the Meyer-Nave contract for legal fees would come back on a public agenda. With regards to the employee performance evaluation of the city manager, that was discussed, and direction was given to the city attorney and staff to follow up on some matters. There was no reportable action taken. With respect to the Terminal 1 project, which is listed, the matter was not discussed. With respect to employee appointment position, city attorney, there was a discussion of the recruitment process, which is ongoing. And that's the public report on those matters.
Okay, next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the Richmond City Council. Earlier this month, the City of Richmond was awarded $1.3 million in grant funding to support the implementation of the Cannabis Equity Program and to support equity applicants starting and expanding their cannabis businesses. Grant funds will be used to support equity applicants receiving technical assistance and establishing and growing their businesses, site and building improvements, and to support with licensing fees. If you have additional questions, please call 510-620-6512. Over the past year, the City Manager's Office Economic Development Team, led by Thomas Amolo, has worked collaboratively with the Economic Development Commission, community stakeholders, Richmond residents, and SCI Consulting Group to conduct a cannabis equity assessment and adopt an ordinance establishing a cannabis equity program. This past December, the City Council adopted the Cannabis Equity Manual, which established a local cannabis equity program. Currently, the City Manager's Office Economic Development staff members completed an application for the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development CoBiz Type 2 funding, which is providing the $1.3 million. Get your application submitted. The deadline for the Hidden Genius Project's Intensive Immersion Program is February 18th. Applications are being accepted for the Hidden Genius Project's 15-month intensive immersion. The program provides Black male high school students entering 9th through 11th grade with 800 plus hours of mentorship and training in computer science, software development, entrepreneurship, and leadership skills to transform their lives and communities. If you would like any additional information regarding these programs, please contact the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is a report from the implementation subcommittee of the reimagining task force.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marcus Injasang. I'm a member of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force for the City of Richmond, and I am on the implementation subgroup. And I'm just going to give since we got started really late, make it brief report on what our implementation subgroups have been doing. I'm going to have to share my screen here. Hopefully it works. Oof. Is that working?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is basically just broken down into 4 different sections of 4 different programs that we've been working to implement. So the first program we're going to discuss here has to do with unhoused intervention, and it's the Safe Organized Spaces Richmond, better known as SOS. 25 active employees who serve all neighborhoods in Richmond, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, receive about $18 an hour, average about 17 hours a week. SOS has workforce relationships with 64 unhoused neighbors who are eligible for further work to improve Richmond, the community. So as an update, the first 5 weeks of 2022, the street team has removed 38 tons of trash from encampments at 20 of Richmond's neighborhoods where homelessness impacts the community. And in February, shower power expanded to 6 events per week with an average of 14 showers per event. So the Community Crisis Response Program, this is the only one that we've been working on that's actually being built from the ground up. It's kind of based off of the Cahoots mobile crisis model, but there's differences, and it's also just aimed for the city of Richmond. CCRP team is currently developing an RFP for consulting group to assist with the implementation for this program. And the consultant, the task would be to support the team to determine the best path to implement the program successfully in light of hiring challenges for the city staff, Richmond. CCRP team is also partnering with council members Jimenez and McLaughlin to host additional community roundtable sessions about the program, about this new program. Roundtables may take place on the evenings of Wednesday, March 16th and Wednesday, April 20th. That's kind of tentative, but it's not set in stone, but that's what we're aiming for. So the next group organization that I'm going to update on is the Office of Neighborhood Safety, better known as ONS. ONS's goal is to hire 8 new staff members, 1 program manager, 1 project coordinator, 1 program coordinator, 5 neighborhood change agents, which I'll discuss a little bit later. ONS has moved forward with hiring process for new positions after City Council passes a resolution approving the salaries. So 2 administrative hires who should start by the end of February as well. So now about to onboard those. And ONS, however, has not moved forward with hiring additional neighborhood change agents, as it's still being worked out with HR to finalize compensation package for this position. Hopefully that'll be done soon because those are very important positions, and we're really pushing to get those community workers, their package implemented. And the last group that I'm going to update on is YouthWorks. So in the fiscal year, there have been 522 applications received by YouthWorks. 323 of them in-person intakes have been completed. So out of those 323, many are currently working. Some completed their work experience or have completed the intake process and doing workshops and they're waiting to be placed. So that's a lot of folks. There's a lot of need there, as you can see. And so we're working to implement that. But due to the Omicron surge, a lot of work sites were not allowing interns. Placement of youth was put on hold because of COVID, but staff is working to resume placements by the second week of February, which, as we know, is pretty much now. So that's being implemented, resuming placements. Youth have expressed the allowable 100 to 300 hours that it's not enough hours to gain the work experience needed. And we're hoping to increase these hours next fiscal year from 100 to 300 for folks aged 16 and 17, and 300 to 500 hours for youth ages 18 to 24. And there's also an exploration of a possible career pilot program, which is 6 to 12 months of internship, and it's to build a pipeline of youth to obtain more permanent employment and to help fill numerous vacancies within the city of Richmond. And what it will do, hopefully, will be to have youth gain skills needed for job networking, for the job networking resources relating to the job, getting to know the key players of local government, and getting a more broad, full knowledge of the government entity and understand government employment process. So those are some of the updates we have for those 4 wonderful agencies. We're, as an implementation group, we're really pushing to get things going with those. And so lastly, I have a video, a short video. It's a work site for YouthWorks. Rich City Bikes, or Rides, Rich City Rides. So I'm gonna press play and hopefully this works. Come on.
We cannot hear.
No, there's no sound to it. Not sure if it's supposed to be sound. But it looks like it should be.
Marcus, unfortunately, no one can hear the sound from your computer. I thought I didn't know if it was just me. I know we're almost.
Oh, no
done
one
with
can
the
hear?
video.
There's no audio?
No,
Oh,
I think
no.
we were all reading and I wasn't sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I don't know why that's happening. I can hear it. Okay, well, should I just continue the video? It's almost over, but give you some guidance.
Sure. I would say it's only 40 seconds left. Continue. And if we need to replay it for the next meeting, we can do so and make sure the audio works, or the next presentation next month.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
You can also send it to us if you.
What was that?
If this is on YouTube, we can view it on YouTube as well, correct?
Correct. The link is on the PowerPoint. I'll just continue it. Okay, sorry about that again. I'm not sure what went wrong there, but that's it. Thank you very much.
Does that conclude your presentation?
It does conclude my presentation, Mayor.
I have a question. I'm getting some complaints from people that that your subcommittee is not open to the public, and that there's no video record of what goes on in the subcommittee. And it seems like, since this is kind of the premier thing that's going on with the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force right now, that it would be a good thing to allow the public to come to meetings. Is that something you could arrange?
I think there's a reason for that, but go ahead, LaShonda.
So thank you, Mayor. So previously, there were conversations about the various subcommittees that were being held as part of the Reimagining Task Force. There were various ones. And so I think the initial information that was received was that this wasn't necessarily a Brown Act body, but we are actually having this as an agenda item for our upcoming full task force meeting to talk about this. So I am connecting with legal about this so that we can make sure that if it is a Brown Act body, that we will make sure it's open to the public and it's noticed as such. So we will be discussing it at our next meeting, just to make sure we are in line with the law.
I mean, my understanding is that, the task force itself is a Brown Act body, but if there's an ad hoc committee made up of less than a quorum, then you don't have to have a public meeting. But I think it would be a good gesture to do it, whether you have to or not.
Mayor Butt, your points are well taken. I would like to commend Ms. White and the task force for the work that they've been doing. There's been a shift in staffing and personnel, and Ms. White has taken this on and is working with the city attorney's office to address numerous concerns. So I think our goal as staff is to provide transparent information. And so my understanding is she is working to do so. And what we can do also is schedule a study session for March for staff to provide an update comprehensively on the work and the efforts done to date and propose next steps, if that would be helpful.
Okay, well, I'd also like for the city attorney to take a look at it. This thing is called an ad hoc committee, but it's really a standing committee. And a standing committee does have to comply with the Brown Act. So I'd like for the city attorney to take a look at that and give us an opinion.
Okay, Mayor, but we will certainly do so. There's also been changes in the city attorney's office. And so we're working with the task force and the city attorney's office to make sure that everyone is being compliant.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
And provide appropriate training.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council members? Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is open forum for public comment.
Okay. Open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You may also use this time to comment on the reports from the city manager and the implementation subcommittee for reimagining task force. If you wish to speak on an item that is listed on the agenda, the items that are listed on the agenda, please do so when that item is called for discussion. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. This is a live recording being viewed by many, including very young people. Thank you very much. And now we'll have Jess Swear call the speakers.
Okay, I have 6 hands so far. I have Maeve Bergman, Terry Dunn, Mark Wasberg, Deborah, Catherine Ruby, Carla Perez, and the list is growing. I'll go ahead and start with Maeve Bergman. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maeve Bergman, and I'm a third generation of my family to live in Richmond, and I'm excited to share a little bit this evening. I wanted, though, to thank the speaker that spoke about workforce development efforts, and in my actual job, I recommend that he looks into the California Apprenticeship Initiative, the High Road Training Partnership grant, and the Workforce Investment Community College grants, and Evan Decker at Contra Costa College or Drew Douglas at Contra Costa District Office could help him with both of those resources that are coming from the Department of Labor in the state right now and could fund students and young people. With respect to Ryden Road, we've experienced, the residents there have experienced multiple fires and report that it appears to be someone from within the unhoused community that might be setting those fires at the encampment. For the safety of all Richmond residents, ensuring if the city could ensure that anyone starting fires is stopped and that person receives immediate help to protect themselves and other residents and property. And then additionally, with respect to general health at the Ryden encampment, many of the vehicle and RV housed residents continue to face illness, including what appear to be conditions requiring immediate attention and medical support. Again, for the safety of the residents, medical and case management support is requested to help encourage and support gravely ill residents to receive needed hospital services, and if deemed medically necessary, receive medically supported housing or skilled nursing. Thank you so very much for considering my comments.
Thank you. Next speaker is Terry Dunn. Terry, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, all. I'm Terry Dunn, a leader participant with Faith in Action East Bay. And I also wanted to express concern about fire safety at Ryden Road. It is reported that it's one person responsible for all the fires that are happening there. And it's my understanding that they've not been able to evict that person because protections are being cited about not kicking people out of whatever programs are there. So I just want to encourage whatever clauses needed for public safety, that when a person is actively setting fires and they're not being removed by the police, at the very least, they need to be removed from staying at Ryden, where they're burning other people's vehicles down. Thank you very much. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Ardo was right that they was going to make Aguado vice mayor because it's that time of year. But the only problem is Richmond would have the most stupidest vice mayor they ever had. We know that this guy got some mental problem. Now talk about being stupid. Now Johnson signed 2 documents, claimed that he's mayor. He signed the document that Tom Butt had his name underneath, and Johnson signed it on top. Now that's just plain being stupid. I thought he was a well-educated man. It seemed like his professor didn't teach him to do the right thing, or have any morality, or have any justice, or you know, you don't go around and being a fraud. Because right now, but you have the chance to destroy the RPA on what Johnson did and what Aguado's doing, supporting Chevron. All you got to do is go on the airways, man. You can destroy them. I don't know what. I don't see why you went on the airwaves to condemn Johnson for nearly taking over the government. He's RPA. Everybody knows he's RPA. He's trying to go and distance himself because it's that time of year, but it ain't going to happen because everybody knows he's RPA now. You got 2 RPA members running against each other. This is really going to be real interesting. And I still got to get a few more paperwork in, and I'm going to be on the ballot. Yes. But anyway, that's another story. But in the meantime, see, this is why Richmond's all screwed up. You got all these home encampments. That's why this McLaughlin and her neo-Nazi RPA is telling the police chief not enforce the law like she always did for the last 20 years, right? We all know that. Letting people drive illegally, giving fraudulent ID cards, telling the police not to deal with ICE, let criminals roam around in the city. Yeah, you're really smart, man, but you got to destroy the
Time has
RPA.
expired. The next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Deborah Small, Richmond resident, also member of the Reimagining Richmond Public Safety Community Task Force, recently elected chair. I want to first speak to the report by the city manager about the cannabis equity proposal or program. And I just want to make the point that when the city took the report about cannabis equity, it ignored the part of the report that talked about the lack of equity in arrests. Black residents of Richmond are still being arrested at more than twice their percentage of the population and at a rate much higher than any other group in the city. And it seems to me that cannabis equity isn't just about equity in owning businesses, it's also about equity in application of the law. So I would hope that the city would look into making sure that we're more equitable with respect to that. Secondly, I want to make the point that the implementation subcommittee of the task force was established under the direction and request of city staff, because city staff didn't want to have to meet with all of the members of the various working groups to work on implementation of the proposals. It was set up by them. They asked us to have 2 members of each of the working groups to set up. Our task force meetings are still public meetings with agenda, recording, everyone is allowed. The implementation group is a working group. It was meant to be a working group, and it would be very difficult to have it be an active working group if it was a public meeting. And given that it was city staff that asked us to do it, I find it really odd that at this point, we're now being attacked as if somehow we're doing something underhanded. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine Ruby. Catherine, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Catherine Ruby, and I am a resident of Newark. I do have an interest in Richmond because my family lives there. Also, I would like to point out that I am a member of Faith in Action East Bay, and I am specifically speaking tonight on behalf of the Ryden Road situations that are coming up there. The person who is setting fires obviously is a danger to themselves and the unhoused living there, as well as the surrounding community, not just to people, but also to property. And instead of a blanket protection for everybody there, I think there should be a clause that enables people to intervene, i.e. police force, to be able to intervene in dangerous situations such as this, so that the person can be removed from that situation, hopefully receiving the help that they need. I would like to suggest that they be given options on resources that they can get help through, and then provided the support in being able to connect with those resources. I also want to encourage that the gravely ill there be supported and given the help that they need to connect with the appropriate medical help that they need. And I also want to go on record for supporting Y3 and V4.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Carla Perez, and the following group of speakers after that is Alfredo Angulo, BK White, Jesse Turan, Ramon Quintana, and Liam Murray. Carla Perez, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Carla Perez. I live at Monterey Pine Apartments. A few months back, your staff cut down the trees on Carlson Boulevard after I had repeatedly complained that the trees were overgrown and one tree had fallen on somebody's car. Between the time that they did that, the city decided that it would be a good idea for them to paint the sidewalk or the street side red so that there was no parking on that side of the street. We have 324 units in our complex. Those parking spots that the city decided to take away would have been like about, I would say 15 to 20 parking spots that we could really use. And it needs to be, that sidewalk needs to be taken care of, and the red tag needs to be taken away. I also want to talk about the fact that the meetings are getting longer. The city council is supposed to start at 6:30. I know people have jobs. All of us have jobs that are listening here. And it's very disrespectful for the council to make the public wait till 7:30, 8 o'clock at night to start these meetings. Either you need to figure out a different time to meet, maybe a different day to meet, but you need to start your meetings at 6:30. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alfredo Angulo. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Hello, City Council members, Mayor Butt. My name is Alfredo Angulo. I am an organizer with the Richmond Listening Project, and I'm calling in support of the resolution in support of USW Local 5. As a city, it is essential for us to stand with union workers. The Chevron refinery is a massive industrial operation that needs healthy, supported workers to keep it running safely. The workers are demanding that the corporation take measures to protect not only their health, but the health of our city's public. And if that isn't in the best interest of the city of Richmond, I don't know what to tell you. We already live in a refinery town engulfed by toxic pollution. Choosing not to stick by workers and labor union puts us in a position where Chevron will call in workers that don't have the experience that the union workers have, that don't have decades working at the refinery safely, and putting us all at risk for another 2012 or another series of disastrous flaring events like we saw in 2019 and in 2020. I agree, as the resolution reads, that we are a city deeply committed to our working class community, that as a city leadership, it is your job and your obligation to make sure that companies operating within the city limits are not endangering public health. Chevron has a history of pushing this governing body around, and if we want to continue to be the face of progressive local leadership, it is crucial that you stand by the labor union, that you call out Chevron for endangering the city, and that you continue to advocate for the protection of our community health. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is BK White. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. My name is BK White. I'm a resident of Oakland. I'm a 29-year employee of the Chevron Richmond refinery. Before working at Chevron, I worked at Santa Fe Railroad, which is now BNSF. I've spent the majority of my adulthood working in Richmond, shopping in Richmond, dining in Richmond. I have a great affinity for Richmond. As a worker in the Chevron refinery, I understand that safety of the workers is intricately tied to the safety of the surrounding community, the community of Richmond. If the workers are safe, the people of Richmond are safe. If the workers are exposed, the people of Richmond and the environment are exposed. The workers are the first line of defense for the people and the environment. The workers in turn should be empowered to stop unsafe work, have safety concerns addressed, and have proper procedures and instructions to operate or work on critical equipment or processes that could have a negative effect on the surrounding community if not written or followed properly. The USW workers are in a collective bargaining right now for a fair contract with Chevron. The USW committee, as a USW committee member, I can tell you that it's heavily focused on safety. We're fighting to ensure that our safety concerns are addressed when workers bring them to the local management's attention. We are fighting for a full-time technical writers to ensure maintenance and operating procedures are accurate and current. We're fighting to make sure that all workers in the refinery obtain the same provisions of the contract. During these negotiations, we do not believe our actions nor the actions of Chevron should impact the community nor the environment. The USW has offered Chevron a safe and orderly shutdown of the unit, as we always do, and Chevron has not responded to this offer. They've instead informed us that they will continue to run the refinery. I believe that will put the community and the environment in danger. The refinery will be ran by unqualified, untrained personnel, and this is a dangerous endeavor to enter into. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Jesse Turan, and I am a resident of Ryden Road, one of the unhoused community. And I would just like to point out that all of the fires that have been set on Ryden Road, all of the problems we've been having, yes, they center around one resident. He's responsible for all of them. And while we appreciate the fact that the city council is trying to protect the residents here from police harassment, at the same time, we still need protection. Just a couple days ago, another one of our residents took a crowbar and smashed out all of the windows of another resident's RV. And again, because he's a resident here, nothing happened to him. And also because we don't have security cameras. I don't understand why we still don't have security cameras. I've spoken with the representatives of the police department, and they say that because there's no evidence, and because people here won't talk to the police, they can't arrest the people doing the crimes. Well, that could be addressed by installing security cameras. I don't understand why there's so much pushback about that. In addition, the people who are sick, there's a problem with that in that they keep coming back to Ryden Road, mostly because they're lonely and they miss the community. I'm not sure how to address that, except that we need to focus on the community when we're thinking about moving from Ryden Road. And the scattered sites plan, it is a little bit iffy in that regard. And the last thing I just want to say is please support the union. I totally agree with the speakers before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers, Ramon Quintana. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Ramon, and just like everybody else, we want to talk about the issues going on at Ryden Road. We spoke at length with a few people that have some sway in the neighborhood, and we understand that the policy not to evict anybody was written a long time ago for the intent and purpose of protecting the people from being eviction, but this one person is out of control. Everybody knows who he is. Nobody wants to say his name. The town council needs to change the rules. If they don't, somebody is going to get burned in their trailer, and that'll be on your hands. It's critical that this person is removed and either put in police custody or in the hospital, because this is not normal behavior. I was there today with my wife, and we were attending one of the residents who just got out of the hospital, who has a very difficult illness, and that was in a box truck holding a light on her belly where there's an open wound, while one of the other residents went to go get some gauze. This is not a place for sick people. We need to do something urgently to help people make the right decision not to come back here. These people are good people. They need us to be the leaders that we are. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next speaker is Liam Murray, and the following group of speakers after that will be Lupe Chavez, Peyton Silkett, Marisol Cantu, Brenda Bowman, and Robert Travis. Lupe Chavez, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council members and Richmond community. My name is Guadalupe Chavez. I am from the city of Richmond. I grew up in the Iron Triangle, and I am third generation in the city. Tonight, I speak before you as a 15-year Chevron employee, a United Steelworker, and more importantly, a person whose roots are Richmond. I ask for support of the resolution for a safe and fair contract for the Chevron refinery workers. Currently, the USW is in contract negotiations with Chevron. There are many topics being discussed, ranging from healthcare, wages, safety, and associated positions. Understanding negotiations is not an easy task. Chevron's reluctancy in discussing the following safety items could be seen as extremely negligent towards its workforce, the environment, and that of the surrounding community. Safety concerns such as the fatigue imposed on the women and men operating the plants across the refinery. Safety work orders, which are requests submitted by plant operators to address a plant or equipment condition that has the potential of causing injury to either the area operators or maintenance personnel, and the reestablishment of our full-time operators and maintenance craft procedure writers. Procedures are one of the most important tools we have. Procedures can be used as a reference in daily operation, accurate preventative maintenance for plant equipment, and emergency response. No worker should be faced with choosing between a day of rest or discipline. No worker should have to learn to work around an injury waiting to happen. Our oil workers should never second guess the accuracy within a procedure. Thank you for your time, and I am very grateful for your support. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Liam Murray. Leah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I thought I got skipped, so I'm glad to be able to speak. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Leah Murray. I'm the Executive Director of Collaborizing, and I'm a member of Faith in Action of the East Bay. Conditions at Ryden Road are becoming increasingly dangerous. There are several people who are gravely ill, and there are newcomers to the encampment who are uncooperative and potentially violent. As many of the speakers have already said, the most serious need is to stop the fires that are occurring very frequently. I urge the council to allow for the eviction of the individual at Ryden Road that everyone knows is starting the fires. This person has serious mental health challenges. We believe that he is a danger to himself and to others. The residents are fearful that they could lose their lives as well as their possessions. So we ask that you do something to help him and to protect the residents. Please remove the blanket eviction moratorium and allow for certain evictions of people who threaten the lives of others. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peyton Silkett. Peyton, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much, Council. My name is Minister Peyton Silkett. I am a community organizer with Faith in Action East Bay. And again, I am standing in solidarity with the residents at Ryden Road. As many people have mentioned, we are aware of one specific resident who has been setting fires, which is actually against the rules set by HCEB in that housing covenant. We're simply asking for the council to empower HCEB to enforce that rule against any open flames at the encampment. We're wondering why this person has been able to time and time again jeopardize the lives, the property, and the safety and well-being of others without facing any consequences that have already been enumerated in the housing agreement. Some people say it's because he wasn't forced to sign a housing agreement, which is a case of negligence then on behalf of the service provider, not ensuring that everybody that is present is abiding by the same community standards. So we're just asking for equality in the community standards. And when one person breaks the rules over and over again, just please enforce that. The second thing is we're urging for any sort of help that can be already promised, that was already promised to come to Ryden Road. We're asking for CORE or anybody else for those kinds of services for some residents that are really in need right now to come and look after that. So if there's anybody that can make some calls to make sure that they get down there as soon as possible, we just want to put that on the radar. The typical schedule is not going to work. This is an urgent matter, which is why we bring it before the council this evening. Again, beseeching you for your help, as you guys have already promised. So with that, I want to thank you for your continued cooperation with you and urge that you put up the security cameras. That can help cut through many of these issues that we see. And we just urge for continued collaboration and coordination. We don't need separate committees. We need to work together as one team, as one city, as one Ryden Road and Castro. This division is not helpful to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu, and I'm a third generation Richmond resident. And I am calling to thank the leadership of City Council members Claudia Jimenez and Eduardo Martinez in putting forth the resolution to support our local United Steelworkers Union, Local 5, that work at the Chevron refinery. I'm also the lead project coordinator for the Listening Project. You can find information at richmondlisteningproject.org. And we stand in solidarity with the workers for fighting for a fair contract, an equitable contract for the health and safety of the community at large. It is oftentimes the workers who are put the most at risk and are the first responders to many of the flares and the oil spills and leaky pipes. And by allowing short-term contractors to come in, it really violates the trust of the community that we already find ourselves in with Chevron. I also am now wanting to lift up Marcus Injasing's proposal. I am also a Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force member, and I want to thank him for the implementation update. And I also want to address one thing that Mayor Butt mentioned, which was the Brown Act. The Brown Act, this subcommittee is only made up of 8 people, and so it does not actually violate the Brown Act whatsoever. So I'm concerned that there is such alert around a subcommittee meeting that should not have this concern. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brenda Bowman. Brenda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, hello, City Council. My name is Brenda Bowman, and I am a resident here at Ryder Road. This one individual that is starting the fires, I'm just thankful that one of the other residents that is here and just got out of the hospital was not in that trailer that got caught on fire. I'm thankful that she was not there at that time, because that would have been in your guys' hands to deal with that. And another thing, I agree with Jesse and with Leah and with Ramon and with Peyton. We need security cameras up here, because now the police officers are saying, well, if he does it again, we need it on video and we need proof. What's that going to cause? He's going to do it again. We get proof. They're just going to keep on letting him out of the hospital. He goes in for 5150, comes out 2 days later, and he does it again. I'm concerned about my community, my family here. I'm concerned for the safety of another resident that's really sick, that I care a lot about. I'm concerned for my resident and my family and my community here. We don't need this. We need him out of here, because he's just going to keep on doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And you guys are letting that. You guys are letting that happen. Put him in a hospital. Put him in custody. Do something that, please, please, please. Get him out of this, off of Ryder Road, please. He's going to end up hurting somebody or himself. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Travis, and the following group of speakers after that is Elvira Figueroa, Brandon W., Raylan McIntyre, Jamin Purcell, and Tony Tamayo. Robert Travis, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Robert Travis, you please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Robert Travis, and I'm here to support the resolution V3B to the Council for a fair and safe contract for USW Local 5 represented personnel during these contract negotiations. As a lifelong resident of Richmond and 20-year represented employee in the Richmond refinery, myself and other employees like me understand that our safe refinery is a safe community, and that the health and welfare of the represented workforce has a direct impact on the health and welfare of the surrounding communities of Richmond. The endless greed of corporations like Chevron have created a race to the bottom in terms of how much it protects its workforce, turning their back on safety, suing to remove process safety management, lowering benefits, overworking employees, demanding forced working conditions, removing integral positions that they once paraded to local agencies when a company needed their approval. One of the few opportunities to stop this erosion of our livelihoods is these contract negotiations. They've called us essential during the pandemic, but now that there could be a potential work stoppage, they've notified police agencies around the Bay Area that the represented workforce is a threat to the community. Should the workforce go on strike, we've proposed a safe and orderly shutdown of the refinery to protect the community in our absence. The company has rejected this offer and intends to continue running the refinery operating units without the represented maintenance and operations workforce, doing so with unskilled, unknowledgeable, unqualified individuals. The only threat to the community is the actions of the company with this willful, negligent act. As a concerned resident of Richmond, I support this resolution. I support the USW in negotiations and support this concerted union activity and other protected actions the National Labor Relations Act affords me and my peers, including a strike. Thank you for your time. I yield.
Next speaker is Elvira Figueroa. Elvira, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Hello, City Council members. My name is Elvira Figueroa. I'm a Richmond native, third-generation resident, and I've been operator at the Chevron refinery and a union member for nearly 5 years. I am coming to you today as a concerned citizen. I take pride in my job, and if you ask any other fellow operator or maintenance person, they would say the same thing. We undergo on-site training for years where we perfect our skills and knowledge to successfully and safely run the refinery. As a union, we are the buffer between Chevron and the community. We fight for safety and will always put people before profits. Currently, we are in contract negotiations on a local and national level. Just recently, Chevron decided to cut our designated procedure writer. This integral position specifically is in charge of making sure that the procedures we live by are accurate and up to date, which include procedures for safely shutting down the refinery. Our union has proposed to the company, should we go on strike, for us to shut down the refinery in a safe and controlled manner. The company denied this request and instead intends to continue refinery operations without the hundreds of workers who have the experience and necessary skills to run the refinery safely. In my opinion, I feel that Chevron is choosing profits over people, and by doing so, will potentially be putting the workforce and community at risk. Many of the unskilled and inexperienced workers they intend to bring in, should we go on strike, will never have even set foot into the refinery and the plants. I come here today asking for the city council's and community support and solidarity should we decide to go on strike, not only for our safety, but for the safety of the community and my hometown. Thank you for your support and continued solidarity. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brandon W. Brandon, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Brandon W.
Sorry can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Brandon Wilkins, and I am a concerned citizen and lifelong resident of Richmond. I'm here in support of Resolution V3B. As an employee and represented worker in the Richmond refinery, I see firsthand the dangers of operating and maintaining a refinery. I also see firsthand the degradation of our benefits, health, and safety. As concerned and dedicated workers, we have an obligation to protect ourselves. We have a vested interest in a safe refinery as an employee and as a lifelong resident with a family that has lived in the shadow of the refinery here in Richmond. I can confidently say safe refineries save lives, both inside and out. I support and thank the council members for this resolution. The city of Richmond deserves a safe refinery, operated and maintained by dedicated, safe, and protected, represented workers. A safe refinery is a safe community. I support the city of Richmond. I support the USW and its Local 5. I support our protected activities and concerted efforts to help achieve a safe and fair contract. A safe refinery is a safe community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Raylan McIntyre. Raylan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, City Council members. My name is Raylan McIntyre, and I am a 36-year employee at the Richmond Refinery. I called tonight to ask for your support in our fight against Chevron to get a fair contract for our workers. I sound a little emotional, and I am. This is a long fight. We are trying to protect our community and our employees. We don't want to strike, but we will, and we need your support and your help. Our people want good benefits. We're tired of being told that we're going to get the cut rate, lowest benefits possible that Chevron is willing to give us. We want a safe place to work. I don't want to put in a work order and it takes 6 months for them to fix something that costs $10 to fix. It's getting to be ridiculous. In 36 years, this is the worst I have ever seen the refinery and its people. I thought my time was up, but I'll still keep talking. We need your support. We are your first line of defense, and we want to be that first line of defense for many years to come. Please give us all your support and your help and help us to get a good, fair contract that has all the safety requirements that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamin Purcell, and the following group of speakers after that is Tony Tamayo and Danny. Jamie Purcell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Jamin Purcell. I would like to thank first like to thank the Reimagining Public Safety for their presentation. Especially, I appreciate the job development program, and I really want to thank the Richmond City Rides for being a great example of city pride. I'm a bit concerned, though, by the attempt to make the Reimagining Public Safety into a spectacle for the naysayers to pick at. I hope the council will support the members of Reimagine, excuse my dogs, and not put them under the microscopes. I think the results should be able to speak for themselves. As well, I would like to speak about the resolution to support the refinery workers of Chevron. Chevron is once more putting profits before people. I wish the City Council will support this resolution so that during this time of labor dispute, the health and safety of the city is not used as a bargaining chip. Unions are being fought across the country. Unions are being fought across the country and being undermined. And I hope that the city will support the community of labor and its role as a vital part of Richmond and the safety of the refinery. The city has a legacy of having a revolutionary idea of taking care of its labor force and its citizens, and I hope it will continue that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I yield my time.
Next speaker is Tony Tamayo. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Tony Tamayo. I'm a resident of Richmond. And I want to start off by thanking City Council for bringing this resolution, specifically Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Martinez. Thank you for your continued support. And yeah, pretty much uplifting what everyone else has said about VR3B. It's a cause that I've seen firsthand here in Richmond, and just want to again thank you for supporting that, and yeah, just thank you so much for your support. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Danny. Danny, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Danny Zaki. I'm an organizer with the Richmond Listening Project. Just wanted to quickly say also thank you to the council members for supporting our steel workers. I think it's really important that we stand with workers. They are individual people. They are human beings. Chevron is a corporation. We know what happens when untrained workers are operating at refineries. It puts not only workers in danger, but the entire community. So I hope that moving forward, we can come to a resolution and continue to support our workers. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Bates, did you still want to speak under open forum?
No, I'll speak under my item that's coming up.
Okay, so that was the last public speaker then.
Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. I'm still a little confused. Item V7A is still on the consent calendar, but the public hearing is going to be a week from now, right?
Right. The information is listed there on the
okay
recommended action.
And then V8A is continued to March, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
So move the calendar.
Okay, I saw Willis and Johnson both. Which one of you is the first and the second?
Well,
I'll second.
A clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I think I asked the item be removed from the CC calendar on the East Shore project. Did the Madam Clerk get that information?
You asked for V8A to be removed, but they're going to continue to March 1st anyway. So it's not on the calendar. It's not on the consent calendar anymore.
Okay.
Okay. So I think I heard a motion from Councilmember Willis and a second from Johnson. Is that right? Okay. So, and would you show me voting no on V7B, please? And with that, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes. Okay, so does that bring us to what budget session item W1?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read that, please.
Item W1 is to receive an update on the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget.
Okay, I guess this is, we have a staff report on this.
Yes, Anil and Belinda, Antonio, can you please
Doing it now.
join the meeting? And so, City Council, by way of background, the item before you here this evening includes a clear up and rectifying of several matters that were considered in previous fiscal year 2021 budget discussions. And it's really an opportunity for us to clarify things that did not come to fruition, that were previously presented to the City Council, and where you made a number of policy decisions based on that information. And it essentially allows us to have a true up to comply with recommendations from the auditors. It also enables us to comply with the requirements of our FARS agreement with HUD, and to continue to move forward with increasing our reserves. I do want to say for full transparency that in previous discussions where I was not serving as interim city manager, the council was urged to be very cautious because we were in the COVID environment. And we were fortunate in that there were several transfer tax events that were very large. And we subsequently have had ARPA funding come into the city. And so that's enabled us to move forward in a very positive manner. But I do want to acknowledge that the City Council did previously make assumptions based on recommendations from staff. And so the item here before you is to clarify previous recommendations and to allow us to close out the books for last fiscal year and prepare for the fiscal year 22-23 budget cycle. Next slide, please. And with that, I just want to again thank the City Council for supporting the Richmond Housing Authority. We have 785 units in the pipeline that will be rehabbed or have been rehabbed with the support of the City of Richmond. We're continuing to work collaboratively with HUD. We're very close to transferring the administration building. And as I brought before you, over 2 years ago, the city did have, at that time it was determined, over $15 million worth of liabilities associated with the Housing Authority. And with the item here this evening, $10.4 million will be able to be written off. And that will put the city in a solid financial footing as we seek to continue to improve our bond rating. Next slide, please. Belinda, would you like to take it from here?
Thank you. So this slide shows our revenues versus expenditures at different points in time. So as you can see on this slide here at mid-year, we were forecasting a surplus of 4.1 million. On June 29th, we came to council with a projection of 15.5 million in surplus. We came back on October 26th with a 20.9. And then our final numbers were at 20.9, 20,900,000. Next slide, Antonio. So the original adopted purposes, when we thought we had about 15.5 million, we had the reimagining public safety, community facility improvements, staff compensation for one-time payment, an amount to get us to 14.3% reserve. We were going to pay down 3 million of the RHA liabilities, and we're going to set aside some reserves of 3 million for this current fiscal year. Next slide. Then the second proposal that came to council was an additional $5 million. We're going to use 2 million of that for a set aside for the measure use shortfall. We had an additional 229,000 in general fund expenditures, and then we're going to reduce the RHA liability by another 3.1 million. So once we did our final analysis, we actually reduced their RHA liability. We knew we had a total write-off of 10.4, so we wrote off the RHA liability. We still kept an appropriation for reimagining public safety of 1.3 million. We had an appropriation for our community facilities improvements of 1.7. We still had the 2.3 for the one-time staff compensation for the payments. We had about 2.9 million for set aside for our reserve balance. We still had the 2 million for the measure use set aside and the 229,000 for additional expenditures, bringing us to 20.9. So our next steps, well, right after this presentation, we're going to have a presentation from our auditor regarding our fiscal year 2021 financials report. Next week, we're going to bring the mid-year update, budget update. And then also we are going to start our community budget hearings for fiscal year 22-23. And we have some dates that we want to make known to the public. So on March 16th, we're going to have a community meeting at starting at 12 p.m. On March 24th, we'll have a meeting starting at 5:30. March 31st, we'll have a meeting starting at 5:30. And then we're trying to also get on the calendar for RNCC meeting for 7 o'clock. We are not, we don't have an actual date yet. We're trying to get on their March calendar, and if that doesn't work, we'll be on their April. So we'll be coming back with a date for that. And then we have a link for you for this meeting. So once again, this was to receive an update on the fiscal year 2021 budget. And that concludes the presentation.
Any questions from council members? Do we have public speakers? I'm sorry, Councilmember Jimenez. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I am confused. Are we going to talk here about the $4.3 million that you are recommending to put to write off the RHA? Or
Yes.
isn't it? Yeah, is
You have
here?
questions? Yes.
Yeah. So I have first of all, I have a comment, and the comment is that was this year like the one that the city staff and the finance said that the city was going to have a 29 million deficit. Is that right?
This is a surplus.
No, but when the budget was being discussed, which was budget 2020 and 21, it was an assumption that this budget was going to have a 29 million deficit. Is that correct?
Councilmember Jimenez, I think that there was it was presented to City Council with the previous city manager that yes, that the budget discussion started with a significant deficit. I want to acknowledge that several of those assumptions that were presented to council did not come to fruition. And we are trying to make sure that the council has more accurate information moving forward.
Yeah, and it wasn't only the city manager, it was also finance department that was there as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we had that, but now we are talking great. We have a surplus of 20+ million dollars. My question to you is about you are proposing to take from the reserve for $4.3 million to write off to reduce or to write off the RHA liability. Why we are taking it from the reserves, and if we are taking it to the reserve, which will put us 2.5% down of the reserve that we have. How is this going to impact or not the state audit?
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Neil, since you were involved with the early discussion with the auditors and that recommendation from the auditors, can you take the first pass at providing a response?
Well, certainly. So thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. That's a very important question. I just want to first of all clarify that the percentage of the reserves is not 14%. We were hoping to get to 14% by depositing this $4 million excess from the previous fiscal year into the reserves. If we had done that, it would have been over 14%. So the reserve amount remains at 12.5%. So while we haven't achieved our hoped for goal of moving up to 14.5%, we haven't gone down. Besides, I should point out that what we are essentially achieving here is reducing our payables, essentially reducing the liability, and paying back or paying off, writing off our payable is a good thing. It shows that we are prudent in our budgeting, and in fact, in this case, it was actually required that we write it off. So we didn't have much of a choice in the matter. The only question was, where do we get the money from? And the best place to get the money from was from our excess funds, which frankly is we were lucky to have excess funds in the last year. So again, we were only moving monies from, instead of putting it into reserves, we instead put it into writing off this money, this liability.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I am not saying that we should not do it. I think like we know that we had to do it. This will put the city in a good position, and you haven't answered my question. My question is, what will be the impact with the state audit that we have if instead of looking, for instance, like ARPA funds or other funds, we take that from what we were putting into or reserves, that we actually have a budget guiding principles that we adapted, that we want to get, like the goal is to get to 15%. So I am just kind of like trying to figure out how, because we don't want to get downgraded. So what is the impact if we are having a policy?
Excuse me, Councilmember Jimenez, your 5 minutes is up. I'm going to move on and see if other
can at least Anil answer?
No, it's 5 minutes.
Mayor Bett, may I, just for the good of the order, may I answer the question? So Councilmember Jimenez, what I would say is that city staff is implementing the recommendations from our auditors so that when the state audit transpires, we are in the best possible light. And so that is what this action before you tonight allows us to do, is to show that we are acting in good faith, that we're being transparent, and we're preparing for the state audit. And so that's exactly what this agenda item does. And the agenda item after this, with the annual report, you'll be able to hear a presentation that will go into more detail. They dovetail and fit together.
Okay, I'm going to move on to other council members. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to, I was waiting for this 4.3 to come up in the presentation as well, and I didn't see it. So maybe it's going to come up in the CAFR presentation. But I guess in both of these items, you don't have an action for the council. They're receive a presentation, receive a report. Now, I realize that the 4.3 write-off needs to happen and the money needs to come from somewhere, but you also have told us, City Manager, that we'll have a mid-year budget review next week. So can we hold off? I mean, I'm not sure that taking it out of the reserves is the only option. Maybe you all are, but can we hear can you not take that action until we hear where we're at in the mid-year budget review and we have a chance to discuss in case there's other options from which to take the money? Who
So-
requires it?
I'm
Is it
sorry.
the auditor? All right, who makes the requirement and is there a deadline?
So Councilmember McLaughlin, this particular item, the $4.3 million write-off, is in the fiscal year 2021. The mid-year presentation that will occur next week is for the fiscal year 21-22. So this is the action that we were informed by the feds in April of 2021. And as a result of our analysis, and as well as the auditor's recommendations, we are taking action in fiscal year 21 as required. So unfortunately, this is a previous year's action. We're just closing out the fiscal year right now.
Okay, I thank you, Anil, for clarifying that. But a question remain. All right, so we're talking about 2020 fiscal year 2021. So where are our reserves at for 21-22? And does this impact that at all?
Belinda can answer that if you wouldn't mind. It doesn't change in the percentage, but dollar amount is, go ahead, Belinda.
So we're at 22 million, and that's at 12.5%.
So the 4.3 or 4.2 that we were going to put into the reserves for 2021, if we had put it in the reserves for 2021, would that make the 21-22 reserves higher as well?
No, because a 22 year would need to close just as the same cycle. You have to close after the close of the fiscal year, which means after June 30th, there's a whole process that we go through that culminates in exactly this, an audit, and then a decision on the various appropriations and transfers. And so that's what this process is now. Here we are in February of 2022, closing out for the fiscal year ending June 30th of 2021.
I could have sworn that our surplus, our reserves because we got at the end of June of 2021, we got a budget passed for fiscal year 2021-2022, which is the year we're still in. And I realize the audit won't occur until this fiscal year is finished. But we did finalize a budget and we did have a proposed reserve amount. And I could have sworn it was 14+%. Are you telling me?
No, you're right, Councilmember McLaughlin. I think for full transparency, there were a number of actions that the council previously took. And what we're saying now is we're closing out last fiscal year, right? We're closing the books. And when we close the books, that means that we have to, for lack of a better term, have a true up. So there's a number of things that were proposed, but then we have actuals of what we have to do based on the recommendations from the auditors and based on our actual expenditures and liabilities. So we are, I personally feel like we are moving in a positive direction to continue to increase our reserves and to meet the city council policy objectives. And you're seeing that in the monthly reports that you receive from finance. I think, unfortunately, we were in a situation where we were grappling with COVID. We have a huge number of vacancies, and so there's a lot of variables. And so what we're proposing to City Council is to follow the auditor's direction as soon as possible to mitigate any potential rating downgrade and to continue to shore up our reserves as we move into fiscal year 22-23. And so that's
Councilmember McLaughlin, your 5 minutes.
Can I just ask one quick?
No, Councilmember McLaughlin, we've got to move this agenda.
But she didn't. I didn't get
every meeting for the last several months, we've had to stop before we get done and carry things over. And so It's my job to move this agenda
This
along.
is a
So
1
do any-
second question.
no. Do any other council members have questions or comments? Councilmember Martinez, go ahead.
Yeah, this is on process. 5 minutes of asking questions is not the same as 5 minutes of answers. We haven't, we've had answers from staff that extend more than 5 minutes, and I don't believe that we as council members asking questions should be penalized because answers require a lot of explanations. So just for the sake of educating the public and educating the council, I believe that we need more time. This 5 minute rule is this 5 minute rule takes away from our ability to do our job. So if you want to prevent us from learning what it is we need to know, then go ahead and do that. But I don't think it serves the public well.
Well, number one, if you want to change the rule, you can put it on the agenda and change it. Number two, one of the things we encourage council members to do is have these discussions with staff one-on-one, rather than having them in public. Did you have something else you wanted to say?
Mayor Butt, if I may, I'm happy to follow up with all council members and answer questions in more detail. I understand that this is a complex issue and there's been a lot of changes in staff. And so I want to ensure that you're all comfortable. The timing of this item is sensitive, and we want to continue to act in good faith and follow the recommendations from our audit team.
Okay. Any other council members have questions or comments on this item? I don't see any. Do we have public speakers?
We do not.
Okay, so I would be looking for a motion to receive this update. Is there a motion?
I will move that we receive the update, and I will also say that when I get 2 contradictory answers from staff, I have a right to ask which one is right. Shasa said I'm right. There was 14% in the reserves in this fiscal year when we passed the budget. Anil and Belinda said it was 12%. Which is it?
Well, I would ask them to figure it out and give you an answer. Okay, so we have a motion from McLaughlin. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
This is just to receive it, not to approve it.
Receive it, right? Okay. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, next item is W2. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item W2 is to receive a report on the city's annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year 2020 through 2021.
Madam Clerk, since we have a new agenda system, if I may, please, I feel like the language is a little confusing. So I would like to acknowledge that because this is a very important item. The agenda item reads final adjustments to fiscal year 2021 budget, and then it says receive an update on the fiscal 2021 budget. So Councilmember McLaughlin, our intention as staff is that this item does implement the recommendations contained in the report. And so I just want to state that for the administrative record so there's no confusion, because we really must try to comply with the auditor's recommendations. And I would be happy to talk to you about the reserve levels. Neil, Belinda, and you are all right. There's been 2 numbers shared. And so I'm happy to talk to you about that in more detail.
Okay. Would you read the item W2, please, Madam Clerk? You're muted.
I just read W2 into the record, and interim city manager is given another, in addition to the recommended action. Is that correct?
I don't.
Pam, I was clarifying W1 that.
Oh, W1, okay.
I was for the record, I was clarifying W1 because it's correlated to W2, just so everyone's clear. We have the city's team here to present the city's annual comprehensive financial report for year ending June 30th, 2021. Staff, can you please share the PowerPoint? Anil and Belinda, would you like to introduce the team?
Ahmed, are you on?
Yes, I am on.
Okay, there you go.
Would it be possible if I can share my screen instead?
Antonio, is that you? You want
I
to?
think it's already done.
Right. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for inviting me to your meeting. Today, I will present to you the results of the fiscal year 2021 audit. I will start my presentation here. So here is the agenda of what I'm going to cover today. I will let you know who the engagement team was, what were our deliverables in the scope of our audit, areas of primary audit emphasis, the type of audit opinion we issued, and summarize to you some of the numbers in the financial statements, provide you some of the required communications as your independent auditor, a summary of the new accounting standards coming your way, and also see if you have any questions for me. Please feel free to interrupt me if you do have questions on any of my slides. For our engagement team, this was the composition of our engagement team. I was the engagement partner, so I am the person ultimately responsible for the audit. We always have an independent quality control reviewer. This person reviews the financial statements, also review our audit work and make sure that we adhere to professional standards. We had a senior auditor and 3 professional staff also assigned to the engagement. As far as our deliverables in the scope of our audit, this is a summary of all the audit areas we were engaged to report on. We were mainly engaged to provide an opinion on the city's annual comprehensive financial report. The city is subject to government auditing standards, which require us to issue an opinion or a report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance. We provide a report on compliance with the requirements for the major programs. That's the audit of the federal grants. It's a compliance audit done on the city's federal grants. We perform a compliance audit on the Transportation Development Act. We were engaged to report on the Joint Powers Financing Authority, on the Housing Authority. We prepared the annual financial transaction report that is submitted to the State Controller's Office for the city, for the sewer district, for the Joint Powers Financing Authority, and for all non-CalPERS pension plans. We perform an agreed upon procedures on the appropriation limit. And finally, communication with the governing body, which is what I'm doing today. We normally also issue a letter addressed to the council summarizing this communication. As for the primary audit areas or risk areas, of course, we audit all city account balances, but some of the areas we gave it some special attention. Most of these risks are risks that exist in most of our audits, just by nature of the audit itself. The risk of management override of controls is addressed by the following procedures. And the reason why we consider the risk management overriding control as a risk is because management is the one who designed those control procedures. They implement them, they monitor them, and they can decide to override them. So we are not aware that this has occurred, but we design our procedures to mitigate that risk. We make sure that we assign more experienced staff to more complex areas, that we incorporate an element of unpredictability in our audit, that we look at the accounting principles applied by the city and make sure that they are consistently applied and appropriate. We examine journal entries prepared by management, review accounting estimates for any bias, evaluate any unusual transaction. We evaluate the appropriateness of fraud-related inquiries performed. Also, the shelter in place is a new risk that was brought by the pandemic. The fact that city staff may be working remotely, some of the authorizations may happen electronically. So we just had to evaluate the impact of the shelter in place on the controls. Revenues and receivable is another area that auditing standards require us to consider it to be an area of a higher risk. We rely heavily on confirmation with third parties. So we communicate with the county, with the state, with franchisees, with others, and ask them to confirm amounts submitted to the city, and we reconcile that to the city's accounting records. We perform a lot of analytical procedures on the proprietary activities. Also, pension and OPEB require some complex accounting treatment, so we consider it to be an area of a higher risk. We normally communicate, we review journal entries prepared by the city to record transactions. We reconcile those transactions or those amounts to the CalPERS reports and CalPERS auditors' financial statements. For our audit reports, we report on a variety of components of the city. So we have issued an unmodified opinion on most city funds and city operations, except for the RHA, the Richmond Housing Authority, the RHA RED, the RHA Properties, and the RHA Housing Corporation. We have disclaimed our opinion on those. Basically, we provided no opinion because the accounting records are not in shape to be audited. Our audit opinion states the auditing standards we followed. We have followed the generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. An unmodified opinion means that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects, that all significant accounting policies have been consistently applied, that all estimates are reasonable, and that all disclosure are properly reflected in the financial statements. I wanted to summarize for you some of the numbers in the financial statements. The slide here is a summary of the city's assets over the last 3 years. And you can see that the only item that had significant increase is cash. And I believe the city has mentioned, city staff has mentioned earlier that there were positive results this year. Transfer tax increase, some property and sales tax increase, reduction in cost. All of those have led to increase in cash balance. As for the liabilities, liabilities for the most part have remained consistent, no major changes year over year. The long-term liability, that's the largest city liability, those are all the bonds and loans and long-term payables, followed by the pension liability, and then the OPEB liability, the retiree medical benefits. We normally look at the city's equity, assets minus liabilities. Keep in mind, this is not focusing on one fund. This is focusing on all city operation combined, looking at the assets minus liabilities. And we divide the equity into 3 categories. The first one, then investment in capital assets. This amount is usually the largest in any city we audit. But what I would like to bring to your attention, this amount is not really in a spendable form and most likely will never become in a spendable form. This is how much the city invested in streets and roads and buildings and equipment over the years. It is, unless those assets are sold, this amount will never really become spendable. Restricted amounts are the amounts that have legal restriction on them. So the city council cannot decide how they should be spent. They are normally have to be spent in accordance with those restrictions. So it can be unspent grant proceeds or gas tax or Transportation Development Act, or so on. And then the remaining amount is the unrestricted amount, and that's a deficit almost 570 million. You can see that the deficit is going down. The main reasons for that large deficits are obviously the unfunded pension and OPEB liabilities. Those would probably make up most of the deficit. If we were to look at revenues over expenses, I always am hesitant to include this slide because sometimes it may be misinterpreted. This is really looking at all city operations. So that will include both proprietary funds such as the housing authority and sewer and so on, and also all the governmental funds. And it will also use the full accrual basis. So depreciation expense and pension expense and some of these non-cash items are also included here. And you can see that the results are obviously very positive. About 40 million of that is coming from the governmental activities. And I mentioned earlier, most of it is increase in tax revenues, reduction in cost, and so on. Another slide that we normally like to present is the net cost of service to tax revenue. So the net cost of service is defined as the cost of running city departments minus any revenue that those departments bring in on their own. So whether it's fee for service to customers or whether it's grants that they get for their programs. And the idea is to see whether tax revenues are sufficient to cover that net cost. So as of 2021, the net cost of service was about 144 million and the tax revenues were about 186 million. So obviously, anytime we see that the tax revenue is higher, that's always a good indicator. However, the net cost of service does vary significantly year over year. So for example, if you have 1 year where you have a large grant, that will reduce the net cost of service. So it may fluctuate year over year. If we were to just focus on the general fund, so the way we normally look at the general fund balance is we look at the general fund that is available and have no legal restriction on it, that the fund balance that is under the city council control. And we compare that to annual expenditures. And the idea is to see how many months worth of expenditures you have in your fund balance. How long can the city continue to pay bills using only its fund balance? And you can see that there's an increase of about a month from the prior year. So now it's at about 2.6 months. Still low, but at least going in the right direction. So again, this is not the total fund balance of the general fund, but we normally exclude anything that is not in a spendable form in the general fund from this package. The next few slides are just focusing on pension and OPEB, the retirement plans. So this slide summarizes the city's contribution to the pension plans over the last 3 years. And then this is the funded status and also what we call the sensitivity disclosure. So the middle line that shows no percentage, those are the numbers that the city recorded in its pension liability. Those numbers were developed using a discount rate for CalPERS plan of 7.15%. And then you can see for the police and the general pension and others what the discount rate was. So that's the unfunded portion of the pension liability. One of the other reasons I have this slide is to bring to your attention that the pension liability is an estimated number. And one of the most significant assumptions in estimating this number is the discount rate. So accounting standards require us to disclose to you what would be your pension liability if that discount rate is either increased or decreased by 1%. And obviously you can see that the impact is quite significant. You probably heard that CalPERS have already reduced the discount rate. So I think in a couple of years, you will see in your financial statements, instead of the 7.15%, it will be 6.9%. Normally CalPERS, their process is that they want to lower the discount rate, but they only do that in years where they had good earnings to hopefully offset the impact. And I believe last year or so they had some 20% or so returns. So they felt that this was a good time to lower the discount rate. The next few slides are regarding the OPEB plans. And again, those are the contributions that the city made to those plans over the last 3 years. And then again, the funded status and also what the numbers would be if the discount rate is either increased or decreased by 1%. And then finally, in estimating the OPEB liability, in addition to the discount rate, also the healthcare trend rate is a significant assumption. So we're presenting to you the same information with a 1% increase or decrease in the healthcare trend rate. The next part of my presentation is focused mainly on the required communications as your independent auditor. On this slide is the different responsibilities between our firm and the city management. Our responsibility under generally accepted auditing standard is to provide an opinion on whether the city's financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with U.S. generally accepted accounting principles. We're responsible for evaluating internal control over financial reporting, evaluating compliance with laws and regulations, ensure that the financial statements are clear and transparent, and finally communicate with the governing body. As far as management responsibilities, management is ultimately responsible for the completeness and accuracy of those financial statements. So even though our firm is auditing those financials, and obviously we have responsibility to a certain extent, but our responsibility does not relieve management from their responsibility. Management is also responsible for establishing and maintaining internal control over financial reporting, making all financial records available to us, establish internal control to prevent and detect fraud, inform us of all known and suspected fraud, comply with laws and regulations, and take corrective action on audit findings. As far as our independence, it is solely our responsibility to maintain our independence. We look at independence, we follow the independence rules of the AICPA and the California Board of Accountancy. We look at independence in a variety of ways. We identify any relationships with city staff or city council or city management. We circulate questionnaires to our firm personnel, asking them to identify any of those relationships. We remove those individuals from the audit if any relationship were identified. We also evaluate any additional service we offer the city to make sure that it doesn't impact our independence. One of the services that we offer the city is compiling the annual comprehensive financial report. And this is a service that the government auditing standards have identified as a service that will impact independence if safeguards are not put in place. That's the reason why we have an independent reviewer who review those financial statements prior to issuance. We believe that the audit was performed in the time frame communicated to the city. Every year there are new accounting standards that the city have to consider. That doesn't necessarily mean they are applicable, but we have discussions with management about those standards and how they should be implemented. And those are the ones that were discussed this year. And I know that the city has implemented GASB Statement 84 and 98. Those were applicable to the city. Just wanted to bring to your attention that some of the numbers in the financial statements are estimated numbers. So just wanted to let you know what some of those numbers are. Obviously, pension liability and OPEB liability being the largest ones. Some of the sensitive disclosures in the financials. So that there's a narrative part of the financial statements that we refer to as the note disclosures. And those notes are designed to help the reader gain more understanding about the account balances, the different risks that those investments and different accounts are exposed to. So just wanted to highlight to you some of the important ones in those financials. I'm pleased to say that we encountered no difficulties during our audit. We felt that management was cooperative, was responsive. We didn't have any significant audit adjustments. Audit adjustments normally result from us reviewing the city's accounting records and finding errors and mistakes. We did not find any material errors or mistakes, so that's a reflection that the city's closing process was accurate and was proper. No significant risk or exposure were identified. we normally communicate with legal counsels. We actually, with the city, we communicate with a lot of attorneys, ask them to confirm litigations. We evaluate the responses. We make sure that no additional disclosure is needed in the financial statements. We're pleased to say that we had no disagreement with management. We had a few deficiencies in internal control over financial reporting. The city's financial condition remains a concern for us. I know that this year there was improvement, but it's still the fund balance of the general fund. It's still at the bare minimum. And so definitely, and there were obviously unique circumstances with cost cutting and things of those nature. So hopefully in the near future, this can go away. We see it heading in the right direction, but it still remains a concern. We normally do a site visit to inspect unprocessed invoices. There was a large volume of unprocessed invoices. Unprocessed invoices meaning that there are invoices sitting there to be processed and paid, and therefore the city may not know if some of these invoices relates to the year that is being closed to be properly accrued back. This can lead to understating the accounts payable, overstating fund balance, and so on. Delay in the personnel action form submission and approval. Capital assets, additions and deletions, there are no review over the information provided to us. Some segregation of duties in accounts payable and payroll, and grant management. Just basically overseeing grants, making sure compliance is occurring and all of that. Moving on to the next slide here. Other than our representation letter, we obtained representation letters from management prior to issuance of our report. Those representation letters are on city letterhead signed by management, acknowledging that they have disclosed to us all known facts, that they're not aware of any fraud, that they have taken responsibility for the financial statements, and many other representations. We're not aware that management has consulted with other accounting firms regarding auditing matters. Other than our engagement letter and the representation letter, we had no other significant communications with management. There were no material uncertainties relating to events and conditions, and we have not become aware of any instance of fraud or illegal acts which was not disclosed to us by the city. Finally, this is just a summary of all the new accounting standards that are coming. And as you can see, the city staff will probably be busy looking at all those standards and determining how to comply with them. That completes my presentation. I want to thank you again for inviting me to the meeting, and I'm more than happy to answer your questions.
Okay, other questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
You're muted.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I had the same question that I had before about the reserves. So in the CAFR, so what will be the implication? We are having an state audit and I think like I am just really confused because on October 26th in the agenda report, we voted that we are going to put for fiscal to use in fiscal year 2020-2021 $4,290,560 to maintain 14.3% levels of reserves. And then also at that same meeting, we approved to have, and this is for the surplus that we have to set aside for reserves use in 2021 and 2022 at $3 million. But you say that we had 12.5% right now when we should be at 14.3%. That was what we approved and what the money. So my question to you, and then to the staff to clarify that. My question to you is, we are having an state audit coming soon. What will be the implication of having lower reserves? Are we at risk of being downgraded because of that?
Well, thank you for your question. So I really cannot answer about being downgraded or not, because I am not a rating agency. So I couldn't speculate on that. And I heard the conversation before. I just wanted to clarify that, first of all, the financial statements use very different terms than reserves. So I'm going to try my best to answer the question on how we looked at those housing authority transactions. From an auditor point of view, when the city, it is our responsibility to verify account balances that are on the city's financial statements. So if you say we have this much in cash, we want to see bank statements, we want to see reconciliations and so on. The city had some receivables from the housing authority in the general fund and also in the insurance fund. And we have asked the city to provide us evidence that those receivables are collectible and are good receivables. And the city could not provide evidence. And the reason it could not provide evidence is because we have a federal agency that's saying that the housing authority is not going to be paying anything and they don't have the resources to pay anything. So I basically told the city, I don't really make those types of decisions. All we're asking is, can you prove that those are collectible receivables? And if you can't, then we shouldn't have them on the financial statements, because that would be misleading to the reader to say we have this receivable as an asset when we know that it's not going to be collected. So that's what we recommended to the city from an accounting and financial reporting point of view, is that those don't seem to be good receivable unless the city have proof otherwise. As far as the reserves and how those were treated, so the liabilities of the housing authority on the financial statements really resided in two areas. There was 2.6 or 2.2 million, I don't recall exactly, that was from the general fund. There was about 9-some million that was from the insurance fund. At least that's what's reported on the financial statements. The one from the insurance fund was really covering negative cash, where every time expenses were charged to the housing authority, or the housing authority had no cash, so their cash would go negative. And then, so the assumption was that the city was obviously providing that cash. And every year on the financial statements, that negative cash was reversed and the receivable was recorded in the insurance fund to reflect that the insurance fund covered that negative cash. So it came to, this happens on a regular basis in most cities, but that's this reversal of negative cash normally happens within a few days or so. But with the city and the housing authority, it's been years, and it's been growing. So we basically told the city that if you don't think the housing authority will ever be able to pay back the insurance fund, then you have to write those off. So that's what happens on the financial statements. We wrote off 9-some million from the insurance fund and about 2.6 million from the general fund. I believe what the city is trying to do is, when it says take from the reserve, is maybe paying back the insurance fund for that 9 million that basically was written off. Also, the way we report, when you ask me about the impact on the general fund, in my opinion, from when I look at how things are reported on the financial statements, should not have any impact, because when we have long-term receivables like that in the general funds, we normally put that amount in a classification of fund balance called non-spendable. So anytime I come to the city council and I report to the general fund, report on the general fund, I exclude that non-spendable category from the general fund because I know it's not available. This is where the 2.6 million came from that non-spendable category. Another example would be the receivable from the port. is also in the general fund, and that's also sitting in the non-spendable category. So the presentation that I gave you today showed about 30-some million general fund balance. That does not include that non-spendable category. So I think anytime you look at the financial statements, if you're going to consider that non-spendable category to be part of your fund balance, you are taking a risk by doing that, because those are not spendable, they're not available, and they are long-term in nature. So for example, like the port receivable, to take that as part of your fund balance, I think it is not available for spending. It is something to be paid over many years, and it is not available for spending. So if fund balance was being reported to council that it does not include that spendable category, then your numbers should not be impacted. But if that spendable non-spendable category was part of fund balance, then yeah, then you would have, as a result of that write-off, you have 2.6 million less in the general fund, and you have 7 or 8 million less in the insurance fund. So hopefully I was able to clarify that a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. I think like you clarified some, but I think like for Belinda and Anil and Belinda, on October 26, 2021, the updates, you put that we are going to use some surplus. You said to us, and we approve it, that in order to maintain 4.3% of our budget or reserve budgets, we will have to put 4 million plus. And then we set aside, and this is going to be used in fiscal year 2020, 2021. And then we also said that we set aside for reserve $3 million to be used in fiscal year 2021, 20. And now, I'm sorry, so basically we had set aside $4 million to maintain 14.3% of reserves, but also set aside $3 million for reserve to be used in this fiscal year 2021, 2022. So why you are telling us right now, and the CAFR is telling us that our reserve is 12.5? Where that money is, where is that money that we approved, the $4 million and the $3 million?
Sorry, but I just want to comment. I don't believe that the annual comprehensive financial report mentioned anything about reserves. The term reserves is not used anywhere in those financial statements. It does not exist in the accounting rules and standards. So that's something that the city is using internally and will not correspond to numbers on the financial statements. So I'm just clarifying that nowhere in our financial statements we have discussed reserves and what those reserves would be.
But you mentioned that they were, we have reserved at 12.5%. Is that true?
In my presentation, I just said that the spendable unrestricted fund balance is this 2.6 months of expenditures. That spendable unrestricted fund balance, part of it can be your reserves, part of it might be designated for other purposes, but this level of breakdown is not in the financial statements. So I will look at what the city called assigned and unassigned. Part of that may be your reserves, but is not reported separately in the financial statements.
Okay, thank you. But so Anil and Belinda.
Yeah, so actually, when we ended the year when we created the budget on 29th of June 2021, we initially had asked for, at that time we thought we had about $15.5 million in excess revenues over expenditures. And at that point we had considered, we asked actually for an appropriation or plan to appropriate $3 million that excess towards what we considered, again, reserves, our word. Later on, we considered in October another $3 million plus this $4.3 million. So approximately we were trying to hit about $10 million total towards the reserves. As it turns out, after that action by council, we realized that we needed to, or we internally made a decision that we needed to pay off the RHA liability, and so that was what was done, and we did that after seeking guidance from Ahmed. So maybe I should not use the word recommendation. We certainly consulted with the auditor and determined that it was a prudent action to take, and in fact, as I described earlier, was a required action to take. Unless anything else Belinda wants to, I should say the Director Brown needs to add, feel free to do so.
No, that's correct. Ahmed, did you want
to? Yeah, I mean, I guess whatever the term recommendation or guidance, the consequences of the city said, no, we're not going to write it off. Me as an auditor, if I strongly believe that there is no evidence that those liabilities of the housing authority would be paid, then I would have to modify our opinion to say that the city is insisting on reporting that receivable and payable when it's not really legitimate. So that's the only thing that I can do, is to modify my opinion if I don't believe that those numbers are accurate. So we had a discussion with the city, and I told them, you know, it's up to you. You either provide us the evidence that those would be collectible, or you have to write it off, or we'll have to modify our opinion.
Thank you. So Mayor Beck, through you as the chair, essentially the RHA can had been kicked down the road for numerous years, and it finally had gotten to a point where we could no longer kick the can down the road, and we needed to have a true up. And so that is what we're essentially requesting your approval of this evening. We understand that this was a difficult set of circumstances, and we appreciate your leadership and guidance while we preserve affordable housing in our community, which has come at a great cost to the city. And we are doing our best to limit our exposures to the housing authority moving forward, and work collaboratively with nonprofit partners to absorb some of those risks.
Okay. Other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Yes. My concern deals with the unfunded PERS liability and OPEC liability. I can't recall when we made significant contribution to offset the increasing liability. How long do you think we can proceed before this thing come back and bite us real hard, where we're going to be forced to drastically take some action? And how do we sit in reference to other cities and their pension liabilities?
Well, the good news is that most cities are probably in the same or in a similar situation, that CalPERS look at plans and they try to ensure that plans are funded to a minimum level at least. There are very few plans that CalPERS have identified as plans that are at risk, that are significantly underfunded, and that they would need to make significant changes. But it is definitely a valid concern, and a lot of cities share that same concern. The discount rate is a significant assumption that CalPERS have reduced. What that means to the city is that your plan assets or the investment the city have with CalPERS is earning less, and that means that you have to put more money to make up for that. On the positive side, also CalPERS charges the city for the unfunded liability. It charges the city interest. So that interest also would be lower. It used to be 7.15, now it's going to be 6.9 going forward. So that can cause a reduction in the liability. Obviously, I am not a financial advisor, but I can tell you that what I see other cities do is set up a separate trust, a Section 115 trust. They put money there, and the purpose of the 115 trust is that if you feel that you can outperform CalPERS then you can be putting money aside that help the city make its contribution in the future. I'm also seeing many others who believe that probably giving money to more money to CalPERS may be better. So it's just, I'm seeing a variety of things, but definitely they all evolve around providing more funding, either in a 115 trust or to CalPERS. Pension obligation bonds is something that I'm hearing a lot of clients talking about again. I had several clients last year who done pension obligation bonds. Interest rates were low, and they look at it and say, well, we're paying CalPERS a lot more than we would pay on the pension bond. But again, those are just what I'm seeing. I'm obviously not in a position to be recommending one action or another.
Well, would you recommend that this council make a concerted effort and a commitment to review our pension liability and attempt within 10 or 20 years that as a top priority that we would allocate and budget a certain amount of money to reduce the pension liability? Or do you suggest we just keep paying the interest rate and allow the pension liability to continue to go out of sight?
I mean, I definitely recommend that the council pay attention and keep a close eye on the pension and OPEB liabilities. Those are very large liabilities, and the cost is going up every year. Again, I cannot recommend a specific action because I'm not a financial advisor or an actuary, but definitely it is not something that you want to not do anything with, because I can tell you that all of our other city clients, it's a concern for them, and they do take action, especially the ones that, unfortunately, the ones that don't have a lot of money, there are not a lot of action to take other than basically.
Let me ask one other question, and I'll be finished. Give me the total or the combined and the total liability exposure of the city, including PERS and OPEC and whatever, unfunded liability. What does that represent in terms of millions of dollars?
Close to $500 million.
500 million. And you're telling me that at $500 million and it continues to increase without contributing to the fund annually, is going to continue in another 10 years. It may be $1 billion.
Possible. I mean, it's a significant liability.
Do you have a recommendation of how we can move forward to reduce this liability, at the same time not expose ourselves to continued indebtedness?
I think that the reason why I'll be hesitant to like I was sharing with you what I see other cities do, but of course, if I tell you set up a 115 trust, well, the 115 trust is really dependent on the market and how the market will perform. I'm not an investor, I'm not a financial advisor, so I'll be very hesitant to say, oh, it's a good idea to put more money in the market. And at the same time, pension obligation bonds, again, they have their own risks. All I can recommend is for the city to definitely review it and determine what would be the best course of action. But I believe that actuaries and financial advisors are really the best to advise on that. It is not my area of expertise.
If I may, Mayor, but Councilmember Bates, your questions are well taken. In the coming months, as the city continues to work on the fiscal year 22-23 budget, and we continue to work with the city's financial advisors and other financial experts, we will be bringing recommendations pertaining to our pension obligation bonds and other debt that we need to work on. So your points are well taken, and we'll get those things scheduled.
Okay, are there any other questions from council members? Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we have two public speakers.
Okay,
Okay, I have Carla Perez and Jesse Turan. Carla Perez, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Carla Perez, if you can unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to her. We'll go to Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. So the city auditor takes the city funds and makes sure that they go to where they're supposed to be going, to the contracted service providers, etc. My question is, who is responsible for auditing the service providers to make sure that they are spending the money in accord with their submitted budget proposals? Is that who's responsible for that, and who is responsible for oversight of that? Is that you, or is that a different agency? And thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And I will try Carla Perez again. Carla, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Carla Perez, if you can unmute yourself. Okay. That is not working. So that was the last public speaker.
okay, any further questions or comments from council members? Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to answer Jesse Turan's question as best I can, and maybe staff can help me out here, but various contracts that the city has are often through different departments, and I'm wondering who oversees. I know we have through employment and training, we have sort of a compliance oversight. Gina, if I recall, I forget her last name, was in charge of that, but I don't know if that's, I think that's basically just for employment and training contracts. So I think she's referring to contracts like for unhoused
Yes.
service provision. And
Councilmember,
so what department oversees those?
So Councilmember McLaughlin, those specific contracts are managed currently in our community development department as part of the housing work. Ms. Velasco has worked with finance, is my understanding, to review the invoices and the work that's been completed to date. Ms. Brown did provide Ms. Velasco with some recommendations. And considering that there have been a number of concerns raised, I've asked staff to post the contracts, the invoices, all services provided in one location on the Community Development Housing website for review. And I will ask Anil to please follow up with Jesse directly to further understand her concerns, as she has come to a number of meetings expressing her concerns regarding the service levels.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure she got an answer.
Yes.
Okay, and I have one final question for Mr. Badawi. You know, every time we have an audit, I get interviewed by somebody on the auditor staff, and they ask me about fraud and illegal activities. And this last time I did it, I gave them an earful. And I noticed on your summary, you basically said that you were not aware of any. So does that mean that you investigated the information I gave you and found it to be without merit, or what? What does that mean?
No, my slide said we were not aware of any fraud incidents that were not disclosed to us by management.
That were not what?
That were not disclosed to us by the city.
Well, I disclosed a lot to you but I never heard back from anybody. And so I don't know what that means. Does that mean you investigated the information I gave you and found it without merit, or does it mean you just forgot about it?
No, definitely didn't forget about it. However, sometimes we as auditors, we really have, like we hear from others, we hear allegations, but oftentimes we're not in a position to be able to determine whether those are real allegation or not. We just design our audit procedures to, take a closer look at some of these areas. And if we start finding things that relates to it, then obviously we'll investigate it more. But there are certain things that are just not within our scope and may not be something that we can do anything with.
Well, the information I gave you, what specifically did you do with it? Did you determine it was not within your scope, or did you determine that there was nothing there? Or I mean, what did you do with it?
I mean, I have to go back and check, but some of it may not have been within our scope. For example, I remember we talked before about contract compliance, and I mentioned that we consider this to be a compliance issue if the city does not follow its own procurement policy or bidding certain contracts or something of that nature. However, when we do testing of expenditures and it turns out to be an expenditure for a contract, part of the documentation that we look for is procurement. Did you follow the policy? Did you obtain bids? How was the contractor selected? If it was part of our sample. There are certain things, for example, that we may not be able to verify. For example, if somebody tells me that I think this person may have taken a kickback, unless there are documents that we can see that prove that, it's just very hard for us to verify things of that nature.
Well, I still have no idea what you're saying, and it sounds like it's a waste of time to provide that information, because it looks like you just tossed it in the garbage can and moved ahead and said there's nothing there. So I find that unacceptable, but it is what it is. Do we have public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay, so the proper motion here would be to receive this report.
Recording in progress.
Somebody want to make a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Johnson, is there a second?
I second.
Second by Martinez. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates, your vote. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Bates, are you there? Okay, and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no and Councilmember Bates is absent.
Okay, that brings us down to item X1. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item X1 under public hearing is a public hearing to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's conditional approval of a conditional use permit and design review to construct a single-family residence on a vacant parcel located within the RL1 zoning district and S Shoreline Overlay District at 357 Western Drive. This item was continued and the public hearing is closed on this item, and the item will be for council deliberation and resolution only.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, council members, Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. With me this evening is Hector Lopez, Senior Planner. So Mayor, given the time of the evening, there's a couple of ways we can approach this. As the council recalls, we did have the public hearing. Comments were made, and there was one unresolved issues around the potential moratorium related to the Keller Beach sanitary system. That item has now since been decided, and the question was, can the council make findings for approval demonstrating that a connection to this future residence can be made to the city's sanitary district? So when the council adopted the moratorium, the council did allow entitlements to move forward, and any entitlements that would be affected by the moratorium would be tolled, which is basically means extended for the period of time that the moratorium was in place. So staff is prepared to provide an overview of the reasons for the appeal, how, staff's opinions and the findings on the council, but that was the one unresolved issue. And as noted, the council did allow under the moratorium for entitlements to proceed, but they will be affected by their ability to get building permits until alternative connections to the Richmond Sanitary District are identified. So, Mayor, would the council like us to do an overview of the project again?
Does anybody want an overview of the project? Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, I got clarifying questions. Number one, this item is to uphold the planning commission's decision essentially, and to decide whether or not if we want to uphold it.
Yes, Councilmember Willis. So there is an appeal of the Planning Commission's conditional approval. So with you this evening, you have to decide whether or not to uphold the appeal or deny the appeal. Staff is recommending that the appeal be denied and that the council affirm the Planning Commission's conditional approval of the project.
Okay, and because we already did a public hearing, does that mean we have any public comment on this item, or we just need to ask clarifying questions and make a decision?
The public hearing was closed, so my assumption would be that the council can decide to reopen it if that's what it desires.
Well, I mean, I remember the issue. I just wanted to get clear on the direction. I personally don't need to see a presentation, so I would make a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision on the issue.
Okay. Okay, motion by Willis. Is there a second?
I second that.
Second by Jimenez. I'm going to make a substitute motion to uphold the appeal, and I want to explain why. I kind of delved into this, and I talked to some people on the design review board, and what actually happened, and you'll see this in the staff report, and I'm reading part of it. The DRB and staff recommended the applicant make additional changes and return to the DRB for a recommendation at a future meeting. And so the DRB actually expected to see this come back to them, but instead of coming back to them, it just went to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission kind of did their own thing and approved it with conditions. And so the DRB members sort of felt like they were left out of the process. They weren't given an opportunity to do what they were supposed to do. And actually, they thought the recommendations that they would have come up with were very reasonable. So anyway, that's my substitute motion, is to uphold the appeal instead of denying it. Well, I don't see a second, so I guess we'll go to the original motion and we'll call for a vote.
There was a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez. Vice Mayor Martinez, your vote?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, that brings us to item X2. Would you read that, please?
That's item X2. Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to introduce an ordinance for first reading, establishing certain fees for the proposed master fee schedule.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Antonio Bañuelos, Accounting Manager in the Finance Department. I'll be providing an update on the master fee schedule for this public hearing. Going to go over some updates to the fees, a few new fees, and next steps. Okay, so most fees are increasing by what we call the Employment Cost Index. For fees adjusted last year, they're going up by 2.3%. For those adjusted back in 2019, they're going up by 5.2%. Other fees were analyzed to determine the actual cost for the city to provide the service in question. So staff and consultants look at individual fees and see who in the city provides the service and how much time it takes them. And from that, they determine the cost for the corresponding overhead. From there, we come with a fee amount. In some cases, I mean, we need to lower the fee because we're overcharging. In other cases, we need to raise it to get the corresponding revenue for what it costs us to provide it. This year, we're also removing some fees. One example, we're removing the library fines. For various reasons, it was determined that it's more beneficial to the public to not charge late fees and penalties. Fees can also be removed because we no longer provide the service, or another fee was added that better captures the cost of the service. Back in reference to the library, we are leaving the rental charge for the Willsey room as is, so no change for that part. In reference to recreation fees, we're also leaving them as is for now. On the fee schedule, though, we changed it up a little bit. We did an update to show how we currently charge. And for certain fees, we do give a discount for city departments and nonprofits. So there's a column showing what the current rate is for city departments, and the nonprofits, for example, get a 25% discount. So that's displayed in the fee schedule. For new fees, staff usually works with consultants to process what we call a fee analysis. Like with the fee updates, we look at who does what and how much it takes to provide the service. One of the items that include new fees are the housing division, the portfolio. So the community development department is proposing various fees tied to the housing division and the costs associated with processing and recording fees. There's also a new business registration fee that's tied to a little bit tied to Measure U. It includes a fee for new businesses just for the processing and the intake. And we also have new fees, what we call for shared mobility services. So here, transportation and parking management services, adding new transportation fees focus on shared mobility services. These are services that require transportation issued permits, including curbside electric vehicle charging, car share, shuttle, bike share, those types of services. Yeah, for next steps, if approved, that we come back in a couple of weeks for the second reading. Additionally, Recreation is working on a partnership policy and a fee reduction waiver policy, and they'll bring that back in March. And staff will continue working with departments and consultants to analyze the current fees. And with that, the recommended actions to introduce this ordinance, first reading, establishing the certain fees for the master fee schedule. And with that, I open up for any questions.
Questions from council members? Councilmember Johnson, you're not vice mayor anymore, are you?
No, that's actually, for you, that may be a good thing, huh, Tom? So what I wanted to, it wasn't necessarily a question, it was more so a comment. Can you repeat what the shared mobility service is? My internet got a little shaky there. Antonio?
Yes, give me a second. I'm sorry. The shared mobilities, these are related to transportation and parking management services. So these are like the permitting for curbside electric vehicle charging. So the vehicle charging stations for car shares, for all these new alternative transportation items that we're having. So it's in reference to providing that service. So these are, I guess, things that we hadn't thought about before that we now need to look at in a certain way.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions from council members? Do we have public speakers? Do you have a question, Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, I do. It's about the tennis courts. It says here that the tennis courts are $16 hourly. But after that, it says city discretion. Can you explain that?
If I may, Councilmember Martinez, while LaShonda is joining, LaShonda, do you want to provide an update on that? The city has certain MOUs in place, and so that allows staff to work in a more collaborative manner, and that's something that we're going to try to explore more broadly in the coming months. But LaShonda, do you want to respond specifically to the question from Councilmember Martinez related to fees for tennis?
That is a good question, and unfortunately, I'm not fully at this moment able to answer the question about what it means for at the city's discretion. So we do have a standard fee, and the only thing I can think about without hearing from Rajna or recreation staff is what Shasta is referring to, is that if we do enter into partnership agreements or MOUs with organizations that can provide services around tennis as an example, then we may enter into that MOU, which specifies that there is a partnership and that they're providing a service to us and we're providing the fees at no cost. So I know we were working with Richmond Tennis Association as an example, have a really great partnership with them where they provide lots of classes to both youth and adults, and are helping to get grant funds to help us resurface tennis courts. So we have a partnership with them in which they don't pay our regular fees. So that is what my understanding is of that, but without hearing from Rajan or others, I can't confirm.
Okay, well, I think it's unfair to other organizations that want to provide services and who have been working on grants for the city of Richmond. So, and
yes, I understand, and that is why we are already working on a partnership policy, which will include like an MOU for not just some of our existing organizations that we're working with, but it can be open to other organizations that may provide a service, may fulfill a need in our community. And so we are working on that, and we do plan on bringing that back to City Council for discussion and approval next month. So we agree we want it to be open, transparent, and equitable.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Do we have public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
I second the item.
And a second by Martinez. Call roll, please.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Willis, how are you voting? Okay, he's absent. And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Councilmember Bates, I'm still confused. Did you take item Y1 off or not?
No.
No?
No.
So it's still on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Would you read that item, Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, can I have ask just a question? Lashanda, when are you, like you say, then the next month you are thinking about bringing the waiver policy and the MOU policy? When do you think that will come? Do you have a specific day or?
So I will go with either, I think it's March 15th or maybe the 22nd. We are moving expeditiously to get that done.
I think we probably need to do a study session so we can receive input and have comments before we ask you all for a final adoption. So usually we would do that on a study session.
Which is the 22nd.
Okay.
22nd, a study session and adoption, or a study session and then we will adopt it in another meeting?
We were hoping just to make sure that you all could, the council members in the community could hear what we were proposing, provide an opportunity for discussion and feedback. And then at the subsequent meeting, we would be able to incorporate that feedback into a final document for approval. So we would like to do it in 2 steps.
Could you move it up? You said a month, and I approved the issue accepting a month for the MOU process.
I believe I thought I said next month, like in March, and so I apologize if that's not exactly what I said versus in a month. But I did always plan on coming back in the month of March. And had discussed previously having it be a 2-step process. So we are not ready at this moment to bring something comprehensive to you for full adoption at the March 16th meeting. We would need to do it in 2 steps to make sure that we can hear from council and community, give feedback and incorporate it into a document that you want to approve.
Okay, we're done with the slide. We've already voted on. Let's move on. So item Y1, would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item Y1 is to cease expending funds to litigate the mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, that's your item. You want to introduce it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I placed this item on the agenda, not being aware that the city attorney had placed the item in executive session. And my comments, obviously, I was prepared to make a brief statement, but seemed like everybody wanted to cut me to 2 minutes. So I just want to indicate that this was ill-advised action on behalf of the majority of the council. From my perspective, instead of filing a lawsuit against the mayor for what they consider improper, illegal conduct, we had several other options rather than to spend taxpayers' dollars to fight 5 council members' concerns. We could have gone to the Contra Costa District Attorney and asked for an investigation. We could have gone, if that were you didn't like that answer, you could have gone to the Attorney General, or you could have gone to the Contra Costa, the other agency, I forget now. But we didn't do that. We spent $186,000 unnecessarily, and we still don't have anything of any value. My position is that we should never have done it, and we should close this item out. Go ahead and try to negotiate with the mayor. If not, let it be. Tom is going to be Tom, and no one's going to, the other group was a grand jury. But Tom is going to be Tom, and he's, you've been around him long enough to know that he's very stubborn. And the more you try to pick a fight with him, the harder he fight back. Plus, he got his son as an attorney that he don't pay, I'm quite sure. But city should not have paid $186,000. Therefore, I recommend and support the city attorney's recommendation that we try to negotiate this thing out and don't spend another dime on outside counsel. So that's my argument, and it's unfortunate that $186,000 could have been used somewhere else in a more worthy cause. So let's stop the bickering and fighting, and let the city attorney try to negotiate this thing and get it over. If it's not negotiable, Tom's only got another 11, 12 months. What can you accomplish in that length of time? So that's my position, and I support the city attorney's recommendation. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I glad that you brought this, but I just got confused because in the report that the city attorney got out, you abstained. Everybody voted yes, but you. So I just got confused about you in closed session with the report out, you abstained, and now you are saying that you support. So I am just confused about where you stand on this. But it's okay. We will move forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, I'm glad Councilmember Bates put this on for public discussion because I have a couple of things I'd like to say about it. You know, what this is all about is that there were two items that somebody in the city attorney's office, I'm not going to mention names, somebody in the city attorney's office labeled them as confidential and sent them in an email to the city. And I've always maintained that that information was not confidential. And I went ahead and published it. And so far, this city council has spent $186,000 trying to make me take that information off of my e-form. And my understanding is that the attorney, I don't know this is second or third hand. My understanding is that the attorney they hired, who charges nearly $500 an hour, wants another $150,000 or $180,000 to continue fighting it. And what I can tell you is that there is absolutely no scenario in the whole world under any circumstances that I'm ever going to take that down. Folks, it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. There is no way that you could ever win this fight. So what you're doing, you're spending hundreds of thousands of taxpayers' money that could be used to fix streets and hire cops and do all the things you like to do. You're spending it litigating it against me in a battle that you will never, ever win. And I just think people need to understand that. That information is all over the internet. It was sent out to thousands of people. It's on Nextdoor. It's on Facebook. It's never going away, ever. So you guys can keep spending city money on it, and I'll keep telling the public about it. But I can tell you that information is never, ever coming down. Councilmember Martinez, or Vice Mayor Martinez.
Thank you. We had hoped that we could not have this conversation because it's really not taking us anywhere. But since the Councilmember Bates insisted on it, I suppose we have to have it. The money that we spent was money spent to make confidential information remain confidential. You chose to ignore your vows as a mayor. So the judge did say that you were wrong. So the judge says you're wrong, and you continue to say that you're not. And you're the one who's choosing to spend city money in litigation. You're the one who continues saying that I don't care what you do, I'm going to do what I'm going to do because you like to flout your white privilege. If I were to do this, you can be sure that the outcome would not be the same. And that's because I'm a person of color and you're not.
Well, that of course explains everything, Vice Mayor. But anyway, the bottom line is that this is a battle you'll never win. Never gonna happen.
Yes, the bottom line is that you don't care how much money the city spends.
Look, I didn't vote to spend it. You did. So whatever money's spent.
Well, you're choosing to continue.
I never voted to spend it.
You're choosing to continue.
Well, you can You can describe it any way you want to.
I like to make a motion, we table this item and move on. We've had enough discussion.
We have one speaker.
Oh,
Is
okay,
there-
I'll wait for the speaker.
Okay, all right.
Okay, speaker is Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, you see how stupid Aguado is? He brings this race crap. You know, it just goes to show that he's a real idiot. I mean, if Butt really broke the law, how come he didn't take it to the prosecutor? How come he didn't file a lawsuit? The judge said he's wrong. Okay, he said he's wrong. But you need to prove that he's wrong. File a lawsuit. Just like Natbay said, it didn't go to the DA. Nobody pressed charges. It was all just a witch hunt by the RPA trying to go ahead and get Bud out of office, just like McLaughlin tried to pick her committee. And actually, it's the mayor who picks the committees, not the council members. You got Johnson signing a piece of paper saying that he's mayor. You got this idiot Aguado. He didn't know what hell he's talking about. He's got to bring in this race crap again. You know, it just goes to show how stupid the RPA is, and the city council is the RPA. Everybody should know that by now. All it is was a witch hunt. Just try to overthrow the mayor, try to get the mayor out of the way so they can implement their own type of stupid friggin' government. I mean, if you people can't understand it by now, you people got some type of mental issues. We know McLaughlin, she has a mental issue. We know Aguado, he can't even speak without stuttering and looking like an idiot. And hopefully this guy won't be mayor, because we know the RPA hates Chevron. They boycott Chevron. They want Chevron to move out of Richmond. And here this idiot has a poster protest being with Chevron. It goes to show how stupid Aguado is. I mean, just like Bud said, keep fighting these people. Because actually, I hate the fucking RPA. You guys are a bunch of communists. You don't know anything about law. You never respected any.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. This is Deborah Small again, Chair of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. And I have to say that this conversation is so dismaying for me, because I listened to the mayor over and over talk about law and order and respecting the rule of law. But now I hear him saying that he's more than willing to flout the rule of law when it's given by a judge because it doesn't meet what he thinks it should be. The fact that information is in the public doesn't mean that the reason that it got there is okay. He sounds very much like the former president that we have, who also believes that it's okay to flout the rule of law, to put information in the public that was meant to be private, and to justify it because it's his political will. That does not represent Richmond values. It does not represent the law. It does not represent what we believe in terms of honesty and integrity. And I really hope that we could have a mayor who would be committed to upholding the values that the majority of the people of the city believe in. I yield my time.
Thank you.
And that's how you clear them.
And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to table it. Is there a second? Is there a second?
What's the motion? Can somebody repeat the motion, please?
Nat?
The motion
made
is
a
to
motion.
table.
I'm sorry. Can the city clerk repeat the motion? I shouldn't ask for just somebody. Can the city clerk please repeat the motion?
The motion was by Councilmember Bates to table the item.
Is there a second?
So I have a question for that, because there is going to be an action, an item later. So I just want a city attorney to chime in. What does it mean to table this when we in closed session, you mentioned to the
Table
that
is
there was
simply
an
an
action
end of
taken.
discussion and move to the next item.
No, I want to hear from Dave, city attorney.
He's making a motion to table his specific item of discussing that he wants to stop spending money on the litigation. So his item would be tabled. The other sorts of items we were talking about could still be discussed as they're separate from that.
All right,
Councilmember
if you don't
McLaughlin,
want to
you have a
table it, I'll withdraw the motion. And I'll withdraw the item. So let's move to the next.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the item.
To do what?
To approve the item. Cease spending funds.
This is all Mickey Mouse Club stuff because there's real business that goes along with this that needs to be taken care of. So I would just let the lawyers take care of this and then bring it back when it's supposed to be brought back. Because right now it's just a bunch of showboating and Mickey Mouse Club business going on. And we're coming up on 11.
Well, that's the whole idea of a table.
1 o'clock real soon. So can we stop?
Well, there's a motion on the floor. If there's no second, then we'll move on. Huh?
Let's go.
All right, motion dies for lack of a second.
Next item.
Were there, I forgot that, oh, we had public speakers. Okay, let's move on to the next item. Y2, would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item Y2 is to approve a procedure to expedite city business by establishing a time limit on city council discussion and allow the mayor, the city clerk, and city manager to prioritize the city council agendas.
Councilmember Bates, that's your
Yeah,
item.
well, thank you very much. I placed this item on the agenda and thank goodness we are probably going to conclude all the items on the agenda tonight. But in the past, we have not. And we have not because council members talk too much. And there are several areas that you can avoid dominating a council meeting. One is read your packet and the agenda. That's the first thing. Read it comprehensively. And if you don't understand, there's always a telephone number and a staff member where you can contact and get additional information. That's just normal procedure that we've followed for years. Do your due diligence and your homework so you come to the council prepared. And obviously there come up a question that maybe it was not clarified through the staff and maybe a statement. Those things are proper. But if you really want to continue to try to conclude with the meeting, that is the way you do it. The second request is that this council authorize the city manager and working with the mayor and the city clerk to develop agenda with focus upon priority. What is the most important thing on that agenda that we need to pass and move forward with? So that the agenda start out with the very important city businesses that we need to take care of. A lot of this other stuff is just nebulous yakety yak yak. So I'm asking my council to cooperate and to set the policy with a time limit on individuals asking questions and dominating the meeting when all of us, at least some of us, already know what the answer is because we read the packet and we have also consulted maybe with the staff. That's my recommendation. You can either adhere to it or come up with some modification or anything that you so desire. And if it's reasonable, I would be supportive. And I hope the council collectively will be supportive. And that's the genesis of this item, is to speed it up so we can come out and get on, like Lady was saying, we come out late. Well, we have a responsibility to show respect to the public. We come out, we take care of business, and we get out in a reasonable time. That's the genesis of this item. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll leave it up to the council
Okay.
how they want to respond.
So Councilmember Bates, we already have a time limit. We just haven't used it. It's been on the council rules and procedures for years. We call it the Corky Bouzet rule. And so it's already there, and you actually saw me use it a couple of times tonight. Obviously, city council members didn't like it, and Maybe they're gonna change it. We'll see, but I
Well,
don't.
what, do you disagree with a prioritizing and making the most important items
No, that's
first?
so the first part is already there unless the council changes it. The second part, I have no problem with that. I think it's a good idea. What I see happening is you'll note that almost every council meeting, some council member wants to move an item up because it's their favorite item or they've got some friend there that wants to speak on it. And you know, sometimes I say no, and then there's a vote and I always get overturned.
Well, I think a supermajority should be included in moving items up.
Well, you can make that motion in a minute.
Yeah.
So let's go to Vice Mayor Martinez. You want to speak on this?
Yes, I do. All of us have been guilty of moving items up, including including the maker of the item, our favorite council member Nathaniel Bates. The mayor has been accused, or actually, the mayor has been guilty of moving items up. So you know, I don't see how any of us can be holier than anyone else because we're all guilty of it. And the mayor actually works with staff to put it together, and even then he moves items around. As far as speaking, doing our homework, I find that the more I study the items, the more questions I have. So I have noticed that some people ask questions that have answers in the documents, but a lot of times there's a lot of questions that arise from the lack of details in the documents, and I believe that we, as council members, need to have the time to ask those questions and to have those questions answered. For instance, Councilmember McLaughlin asked a question and she got two separate answers. So she needed the time to get clarification. I'll be concise. That's it.
Other Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, Councilmember Bates, I think like you're right with the time. I think like we should be more concise. But you also are like this agenda says approve a process, but I don't see what the process is because it's really vague what you say about giving city clerk, city manager, and the city and the mayor have like improve or change, like have the prioritizing city council agenda. So could you describe what the process is, kind of like detail by detail, so we know what you are trying to put here and change?
I'm trying to get this council out of a meeting in a reasonable period of time and not going all the way toward midnight. You know, some of us, the longer you discuss an item and participate, the duller we become. People get impatient and get bored. So I think Councilmember Willis has probably taken off already. I don't know. I don't see his name up here. But, you know, just be proficient in a timely manner and take care of business. That's all I'm asking. Now, if you want to, and we can get out 10:30 maybe. I remember when we had council meetings that we would get out, start at 7 o'clock, and 10 o'clock almost every time we'd be gone. But this council, we don't conclude with certain, you talk so long, we don't conclude with certain items. They have to be carried over. I mean, that's not taking care of business. And if the council don't want to do it, that's your prerogative.
No, I just wanted to understand also,
Wait,
you are saying
Councilmember
the goal,
McLaughlin, wait,
I had the
wait,
floor.
wait,
I
it's
had the floor.
Councilmember McLaughlin's turn.
No, but I have another question. Can I
Well, you can
finish
wait,
that
you
question?
can wait your turn.
But
Councilmember
I had the
McLaughlin.
floor.
She hasn't had 5 minutes.
I
She
had the
hasn't had
floor.
5 minutes. She asked Councilmember Bates a question, and he still hasn't answered it.
So I just wanted to get, so you are saying that your goal is to leave sooner from this meeting. So I think like I agree with you. Let's put like a limit on what we 5 minutes is okay. But you have another part that is adopting procedures for the city clerk, the mayor, and the city manager to have some more to say about the agenda. And that procedures are not, they are not here. So I just confused if we approve this as it is, what we are approving.
Well, there hasn't been a motion.
Let
There
me
hasn't
just,
been a
let me
motion.
just, Mr. Mayor, let me ask you a question.
All right.
The mayor, the city clerk, and the city manager, they are the three bodies that have an awareness of the most important items placed on the agenda.
You want to make
And
that a motion?
all I'm suggesting is that they be allowed to prioritize and move the important items up there. And if at least we can conclude with those business matters with finances, and checks have to be paid and people have to be selected. The other stuff that we talk about, that can go, you can continue that for another 2 months. That's all I'm saying.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we follow that procedure.
Okay, do we have a second? Well, for discussion, I'll second it.
And we have two speakers also.
What?
We have two public speakers.
Yeah, well, let me get, Councilmember McLaughlin wants to speak.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say the 5 minutes came about. You're right. It was during when Corky Bouzet gave 45 minutes on each item a number of times. He consistently, we were talking about 45 minutes because many of us timed him repeatedly. So the fact that some people have asked questions and then the answer is longer than the question is something we can't control. Staff or a consultant may give a long answer. If you want to say 5 minutes for questions, then you have to stop the clock after the question. You get the answer. When another question comes up, you start the clock again. I have no problem with that.
That's what I started doing.
Yes, we did.
But yeah, in terms of getting those longer answers, it's not fair.
Yeah, we could use a little staff. We could use a little staff and consultant discipline too.
So on the other part, excuse me, sorry, on the other part of the question, I also don't understand it. Staff does prioritize its issues. I know that the city manager is always saying, well, we're going to hold, we're going to have that on March rather than, because, or the city attorney, well, we have so many issues on closed session. We're going to make sure we put this other important issue next week. So the city staff, the high level city staff, city manager, city attorney, always prioritizes things as best they can. The city council members and the mayor have a right to put our items on the agenda, and that's part of our rules and that's part of our right. So if I have no idea what this means, but every single council member has a right to put our items on, and we will continue to do that. That's in our rules document. And during agenda review, if one or another council member or the mayor or a staff person wants to move something up and they make their case and it gets the votes, or the mayor agrees to move it up, that's the way it goes. It's often because there's a lot of speakers for an item. but that's my thoughts. So I personally don't think either of these need to be done. I think staff already prioritizes. We already have the 5-minute rule, so I don't see a need for this item.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting conversation. I most definitely agree with the fact that we need to get to city business first and we need to take care of things. And I don't agree with the fact that some people put their agenda items on right in the nick of time. And then when we get to agenda review, it's being moved up to be ahead of city business. And you know who you are and you shouldn't be doing that. And second of all, this idea of not taking a long time to talk, I think can be achieved if we can all commit to not be petty towards items that we don't agree with. A lot of times, what I've noticed is no matter what side of the aisle my colleagues fall on, when there's an agenda item on that they generally don't agree with, or something that they are something against, their political philosophy, they will take up time and space to either try to, show some type of fault in the project or try to show some type of fault in the individual presenting the project. And that takes up so much time with those poorly attempts at filibustering or making people look crazy or calling people out with these crazy and erroneous questions that sometimes get pulled out of thin air, all out of pettiness. Now, I was accused when I first joined the council of not speaking enough during these meetings. And I would always tell people, well, that's because I read my packet and I spoke to staff before the meetings. This is the people's meeting.
Hey, excuse me a minute. We've got to get a motion.
We have just about unlimited access.
It's 11 o'clock. Hold on a minute, Councilmember Johnson.
You got it.
I want to make a motion to extend this to take care of the last item.
I'll make a motion to extend to take care of the last item, and also I'll just wrap my comments out in 5 seconds after the motion.
Yeah, okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez. You're muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion? I'm still not clear what it is.
The motion is to extend the meeting to.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
The last item.
Complete the last item.
Yes.
And that item is Y3.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes. Okay, Councilmember Johnson, go ahead and finish up. You have 4 seconds.
Yep, I just want to thank, and I know you counted. I just wanted to say, if we can stop being petty towards the agenda items, if we can stop being petty with the agenda items that we disagree with, then I do believe that we can, move things along. If you don't agree with it, ask your questions. Stop trying to make the presenters or the presentation seem faulted. Just say you don't like it and let's move on, because all of the pettiness around agenda items, it extends the meetings.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second, and
We have 3 speakers.
okay, let's call a speaker.
Okay, I have Sally Tobin, Mark Wasberg, and Deborah. Sally Tobin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'm Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. This is a 1947 quote from Winston Churchill. It has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. But there is a broad feeling in our country that the people should rule, and that public opinion expressed by all constitutional means should shape, guide, and control the actions of ministers who are their servants and not their masters. End quote. Thus, the democratic process can be messy. The members of the City Council are charged with representing and protecting the interests of the people of Richmond. They need to make the best decisions possible, so it makes sense for them to become fully informed, especially about complex and long-term financial issues. Personally, I have great respect respect for the city council members who ask for information. They care and they are willing to learn how they can best represent Richmond residents. The proposed measure seems to arise out of personal frustration by its sponsor rather than by a desire to promote good government. In fact, the measure would limit the ability of council members to become informed and also possibly increase agenda powers by the mayor and staff. Agenda games are already being played by some members of the council, in some cases apparently to reduce the ability of the public to comment and to raise concerns about important issues. This measure would only worsen these anti-democratic and exclusionary practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
This is not a democratic, it's a republic for which it stands. Huh? Once you look at the California flag, republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Huh? Duh. I mean, this is so stupid. I mean, Jimenez, she's over there talking out of her ass, over there talking about the next 50 years. See how stupid you people are? Aguado, he can't even talk without stuttering about every 5 minutes. It takes about 10 minutes for him to get at anything. Jimenez the same way. I can't even understand what that woman's saying. She must be speaking in some type of other tongue or something. I mean, face it. You people want to implement your own type of government. It's been proven time and time again. You're out there supporting criminals. You're out there letting people being criminals. You don't want to respect any constitutional laws whatsoever that you took a note to. You always want to showboat. Johnson's over there calling the mayor a white drunk. I mean, you guys come out of the gutter. You know, I don't know where you people come from, why you're in politics. You just want to showboat. You're not doing actually anything for the people, that's for sure. I've been listening to this crap for almost over 10 years, especially McLaughlin. She's just blabbering her mouth out. She don't know what the hell she's talking about. She don't want to implement any type of laws. In Congress, you only get 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, the mayor should call a recess. That'll shut you up, won't it? See, this is how stupid you people are. Some of you people just come from the gutter. You talking like you're still in the ghetto or something. Aguado, half the time, he don't even know what the people he's talking about. He don't even know what's going on. He has to ask a question. Oh, yeah, what are we doing now? Oh, yeah, I forgot. You see the stupid stuff that goes on with you people?
Time has expired. The next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. This is Deborah Small again, Richmond resident and chair of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. And I just want to say, I want to agree with the first speaker who talked about the fact that democracy is unwieldy and messy, but the ultimate purpose is to create space for the public to be heard, regardless of how long that may take. And so I really appreciate, as a Richmond resident, having the opportunity to be able to participate and to voice my opinion at city council meetings, at task force meetings, at school board meetings, and other aspects of government that affects my life every day. So I really think that that's important. It's one of the things that makes this country and our city special. But I also want to point to the fact that one of the many things that's compromising and undermining the democracy that we've all grown up to love and appreciate is an effort by people who are unable to win the majority to use rules, tactics, etc., as a way to suppress the majority opinion. And to me, this motion smacks of that. It's not surprising to me that it's the people who are generally outvoted at these meetings who are proposing ways to limit debate, to say what should be priorities, which generally they believe should be defined by them and not by the majority of the city council. The whole reason that we elected representatives was so that they could represent all of us, not just some of us. And in a democracy, it's the majority that should rule. And so to me, the idea that a minority of the council should be able to put forward a motion that would suppress the ability of the majority
to be able to discuss things as long as necessary is inappropriate and undemocratic. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, would you read the motion back, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the motion by Councilmember Bates, seconded by Mayor Butt, is to allow the city manager, the mayor, and the city clerk to prioritize agenda items.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No, and I will continue to ask the question, the right questions, so people here can hear, because these are not my question for myself. These are questions for the public to hear and to understand the business of Richmond City. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson,
I abstain.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
No, for the same reasons stated by Councilmember Jimenez. It's my duty to ask questions.
okay. I'm kind of confused on what we're voting on, because I'm thinking that we're just voting on the motion to
Voting on
Priorities.
prioritizing the agenda and not on the
Right.
the timing, because that's already in your rules of procedures.
Just allowing the mayor, the city manager, and the clerk to prioritize the agenda.
Okay.
Well, that's already established also.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's not?
No.
Oh, so you don't prioritize with staff?
I haven't been to an agenda setting session. I've been to 2 of them in 7 years.
Technically, you're just voting at this point. The speeches are over. You're voting on the motion. So far, there's a yes, 2 no's, and an abstention.
An abstention.
So what's your vote, Vice Mayor Martinez?
I've already given it.
He voted no.
No.
No, okay.
No.
All right.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
No.
Councilmember Willis is absent. Okay. And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Okay, the motion fails with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting yes.
For what it's worth, I've been at this now almost 27 years, and this is the most yakety-yak city council I've ever been on. So we truly can.
I like Dave's style. That's all I got to say.
We truly can cut these meetings down if we want to.
So untrue in your comments. You know you've been on a council.
Yeah, well, maybe I have
He thinks that he cannot move anything, and also he doesn't meet with the city manager to prioritize the agenda. So it's like he's asking for something that he doesn't do, that he has the right to do, and he doesn't do it.
I'm not counting Corky Bouzet. He was an anomaly.
So Mayor, let me announce the vote. Okay, so on this item, the motion fails with Councilmembers Bates and Mayor Butt voting no. Councilmember Jimenez, Vice Mayor Martinez, and Councilmember McLaughlin voting no.
They voted no.
Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voted yes.
Yes.
Let's see, Councilmember Johnson abstained and Councilmember Willis is absent.
Okay, you want to read the next item, please?
Item Y3 is to introduce an ordinance amending the Richmond Municipal Code to add new section 9.40.019 to allow junior accessory dwelling units in non-residential buildings during a shelter crisis.
Okay, this is my item, and it's actually something that's starting to catch on other places. Because of COVID, a lot of people never went back to their offices. And there are other non-residential buildings that are either unused or underused, a lot of them as a result of COVID. So the proposal here is to allow those buildings to be used for residential purposes as long as the shelter emergency is in effect. And they would have to meet all standards, all safety standards, essentially all the standards that would be required for a junior accessory dwelling unit, inside an existing dwelling unit. And I think the idea of this is that it opens up an opportunity to provide unused or underused space for residential purposes, probably at the low end of the rental rate, and would help a lot of people who are need a place to rent, and they need it at the lower end of the rental scale. So that is my summary. Are there any questions? Council member, I see Councilmember Jimenez hand up. Is that?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, you go. Your hand was up first. You go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My 5 minutes. So you are proposing that instead of 16 days approval process is 30 days, and that is for residential purpose. But like you mentioned that we have these emergency shelter, but it's unclear for, and then you said that this is an idea for resolving the unhoused or the homeless issue that we have, but it's unclear. Is this like, and now that you are saying this is for residential purpose, so it's unclear for me, this is a solution for unhoused residents or just for anybody who needs to rent and it will get a lower rent?
It would be for anybody. It would be just like a junior accessory dwelling unit. The whole idea of junior accessory dwelling units were to create relatively small, low-cost dwelling units, and this would be the same thing, except it could go into a non-residential building as long as the shelter emergency is in effect.
Yeah, how that will help the unhoused population?
Well, it'll provide a place to live at a very low rate, and that's why a lot of people are homeless, is because they can't afford the rent. So if you provide additional rental units at a low price, you're probably going to keep somebody from going homeless, or you might enable somebody who is homeless to afford to pay the rent and move into an actual dwelling unit.
So I have one question for you and one question for the lawyer, and I will shut up my mouth. One is, what is the lower price? What is the range of rent that you are proposing on this? How much?
I don't set the rent, but my guess is that, it might be these things might be somewhere in the range of, $500 a month or something like that. A few $100s a month.
And how this is okay. I have another following question is will this be imposed? How we will control that actually we get that lower rent? Because maybe I am just trying to figure out how, if this is private, how we control that is going to be actually lower.
Well, as you know, I'm not into rent control. I believe in the market economy, and the idea is to give the owners of these buildings an incentive to rent them out to somebody, not to discourage them from doing it. And so
Okay.
the more conditions and rules you put on them, the less likely they are to get involved in the program. They're just going to say it's too much trouble.
Okay.
So I'm trying to encourage people to get involved, not discourage them.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And for the city attorney, or for me, it's like how if this something that legally the city can do, or are we going to be kind of like overstepping in some zoning or state law? So I just want to make sure that we can do this in a way that we don't get in trouble.
Well,
By
maybe
the way, I
city-
think it's a good
yeah,
idea. I just want to make sure.
I'll let the city attorney answer that.
Well, I do, I think the city can provide that there are temporary dwelling situations that can exist. I'm not clear on, I see there are these sections concerning various standards, but are there questions I would have is there a requirement for any sort of restroom or kitchen or?
Yes, well, it's all in there, yeah.
Okay, and what happens when the emergency crisis is over? Are they supposed to vacate immediately? How is that supposed to
Well,
occur?
that's a good question, and the way I envision it is that once the crisis was over, and I think it's going to be a while. Actually, it was Vice Mayor Martinez who brought the resolution to establish a shelter crisis back in, I think, 2018. And so I don't know when that's going to go away. I guess when there's no more homeless people in Richmond, that it'll go away, and that may not be in our lifetime. I don't know, but anyway, to answer your question, the way I envision it is that once somebody is in one of those apartments, they can probably stay, but once the shelter crisis is over, you can't create any new ones.
So when the shelter crisis goes away, they can continue occupying the unit, but it doesn't say anything about that here, right?
Well, it doesn't, but we have this just cause ordinance that says basically you can't evict anybody, from anything unless they don't pay the rent. So, once somebody's in there, you can't get them out. I swear.
Well, all I can say is in terms of the question by Councilmember Menz, I understand the intent of this as to whether there needs to be some sort of cleanup language, whether the intent of whether somebody would be there after the emergency. I think there is some questions that are not fully answered in terms of.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is the first reading, and if we carry it over and continue to wordsmith it, it'll go on forever. And I'd like to see this go into effect so we can provide housing for people who need it. So when I'm going to make the motion to adopt it at the proper time, but I will amend it on the fly to say that to respond to that, to say that as long as the housing emergency is in effect, somebody can stay in the unit and they can continue to stay in the unit after that. But you can't rent any new units after that. So I will put that language in the amendment to take care of that issue. Who's next? Councilor McLaughlin.
So I too have some questions on this. I'm not real sure on the emergency shelter ordinance, if that is just for homeless people or not. Emergency shelter means just that. So that.
No, it's not just for homeless people.
Okay, I would like that verified by Ms. Velasco, but I'd like to ask my other questions first. In terms of the rent program, so this would be under the just cause for eviction, as all our rentals are, but depending on the age of the building, would it be under rent control as well? I mean, and the third question is a follow-up. Well, there's actually two more. You said there would be bathrooms, but I'm not sure what kind of buildings you're talking about. A warehouse, for example, maybe? And that would maybe have one bathroom in a whole huge space, an office building, maybe there'd be one bathroom on a floor. So is this looking more like a rooming house or a group living situation?
I think it says, I gotta look here, man. I think it says they have to have a private bathroom. Let me look at it.
Unit would have a private bathroom?
Yeah, and a kitchen.
I think I think it says that just kitchen appliances or something like I assumed a microwave or something like that.
Mayor, I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
One more question, so if I can get my 5 minutes in.
It'll have, it's all the requirements of a junior accessory dwelling unit. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay, the last question is directly to you, Mayor, but I do want to hear from Lena, but just so you have this in your mind, do you have certain properties in mind? So.
I don't, but I don't, but I've talked to people that own some properties and they're interested in it. They've got properties that are not occupied. They can't rent them out because of, the market that was killed by COVID. And they would rather get a modest rent out of them than get nothing.
Mayor Budd, if I may, I don't recall definitively, but I do recall when we launched the rent program, there are certain requirements pertaining to the applicability of rent control if a bathroom or kitchen is shared. So I think in staff's follow-up, we would need to confirm that and get back to the council.
And Mayor, I guess in response to Councilmember McLaughlin's question, so the provision that you've cited in the ordinance regarding bathrooms for the JADU, and this is where it varies from the accessory dwelling unit, is a JADU can just have access to a restroom and it does not actually need to be part of the JADU. But it is required to have a cooking facilities, which, could be a preparation counter and minimal storage cabinets. So it doesn't have to be a full-size kitchen. And then I think Councilmember McLaughlin, you asked a question about the shelter crisis.
Yeah, is that just for the unhoused? And while I have you, Lena, the other thing is, I know for the scattered sites, we were like, we can't charge rent because then the rent program would kick in, and this was a temporary setup. So do you have any sense of how this would work, or do we have to just get more confirmation from the rent board? But on the shelter ordinance, is that just for unhoused?
Well, I think we were starting to research the issue of Appendix X and O, which are the emergency sheltering requirements. It does appear, and we're still looking at this, so we don't have full answers, but I think as a follow-up, we can look into it further, but it may require that the city operate, the shelter. However, I think if conversions, we would still apply just the building code requirements like we would a JADU. So those are the things that, because we don't have current experience with applying appendices X and O, but should it require a governmental agency to actually administer, then that may vary. But in terms, it does sound like the mayor's proposing that some rent exchange would be required and then, or could be required. So I think the exemption, I know there are exemptions for accessory dwelling units, but not for just cause for eviction. So possibly on the rent control side, but I think we would have to follow up with Nicholas and Charles on that to confirm.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes, it seems like there's an awful lot of questions that need to be answered, and I would move that we take it back to staff to study it more and to bring something more more fleshed out for us to consider.
I'll I'll second that. I mean, I think this may indeed have, some really positive aspects to it, but I do need to understand it better. So, I mean, I'm not against it, just so you know.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll make a substitute motion that we pass it on the first reading. And I'll tell you why. We truly do have a shelter crisis in Richmond. And you heard a lot of people tonight talking about all the problems at Ryden Road, people living in RVs, people burning down RVs, people stealing stuff, people beating in windshields, that kind of thing. People do not deserve to live in an environment like that. And so we've got a couple of choices. We can either be proactive and pursue a program that might enable a few of these people to live in a health and safety place, or we can pick it apart and find problems with it and keep talking about it while people are out there living in RVs. So, I'm kind of a guy that likes to take a hold of something and do it, and not talk it to death. So anyway, my substitute motion is go ahead and pass this on the first reading.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second. My substitute motion and a second. And so if you guys want to vote against.
Can I add something?
What?
I think I agree with you, like the first reading, I think we need to do something, but can I add something for the staff to consider, and is that if this is really going to help people who are unhoused, and that we are able to put a cap on the rent that these junior dwellings can collect, so that we make sure that it's truly affordable.
Well, if you guys start hanging too many ornaments on this tree, I'm just gonna walk away from it. So I'm trying to put people who need housing in housing, and I don't think the things the city is doing have worked, and I'm trying to look for new ideas, and I'm trying to look for things that we're not doing now. So, it's 11:30. Well, let's take a vote. We'll take a vote and we'll get out of here. So call the roll, Madam Clerk, on the substitute motion.
Substitute motion. Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Can you explain the substitute motion, because I am not understanding what I am voting here.
The motion is to pass this on the first reading with the addition I gave that once a person is in one of these units, they can stay past the end of the shelter crisis, but no new ones can be created after the end of the shelter crisis.
And where is the first reading? Tonight?
Yes.
No, we need more information. This is.
So that's the motion. So it would pass first reading. It's not come back for second reading. So if you think it's not ready for first reading, then you would vote no.
Councilmember Jimenez, your vote.
I have a question, City Attorney. If
We're past, well, actually, we voted to finish. We're gonna have to take another vote because it's past 11:30. So it's gonna take a super majority to continue on this item. So is there a motion?
Let's vote yes. Let's vote yes. Let's give a chance to the mayor trying to do something, and let's see how.
We need a motion
what
to
he does.
continue this meeting.
Need a motion to suspend the rules and
we
extend the meeting.
suspend the rules and extend the meeting.
Okay.
Just to finish, we do have speakers. Is that right, though?
We have one speaker.
Okay, we'll want to hear the speaker as well.
Okay, so motion from McLaughlin, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Johnson. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now I think we need to go to the public speakers. We're not ready to do a roll call vote.
Can
yet.
I ask one more question?
Yeah,
with
go
this
ahead.
City attorney, if we pass this on the first reading and staff and Lena does more research and Shasa and talking with the rent board and with looking into the shelter ordinance a little closer, and there's some significant changes,
Then you have to redo the introduction.
Yeah.
then we'd have to redo the first
But
reading.
if there are any
Okay.
changes, we got to do it, start over again.
Okay. Which I suspect will. But,
Okay, let's hear from the public speaker.
Okay, I have Mark Wasberg and Leticia Chavez. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Well, once you have a program where these people could pay what they can, you get a guy making $30,000 a year, he could pay $200-300 a month. You got a guy that's making $40,000 to $50,000 a year, he could probably pay $400, $500, $600 a month. You have to evaluate these people. You're just not going to throw anybody in there. You're not going to throw a bunch of druggies, a bunch of lowlives, a bunch of people that don't want to work, uneducated people who don't know how to do anything. See, you people are not evaluating these people. Now, these people in these homeless camps, do they have an income coming in? Do they have their Social Security, or they're drawing disability, or they're just a bunch of druggies, bunch of lowlives, bunch of homeless garbage that want to live for free? See, this is what you're not doing. I mean, back in the day, one paycheck covered the rent, and the rest of the paychecks were, for food and electricity and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? See, this is what you need to do. You need to start evaluating these people, and you can have a program where like I say, you only make so much, you only pay so much. There's people out there that got good paying jobs, and they're looking for a place to live. There's people out of work that making $40,000-50,000 a year. They need a place to live. Now that sounds like a pretty good plan, right? You could talk to some of these landlords. The landlords will be happy to have these people come in there and paying $200-300 or $500-600 a month. No problem. See, this is what you're not doing, but you don't want to have these people living at these homeless camps go in there, because they're not going to do nothing with their lives anyway. They're just going to live out on the street. You're just looking for a freebie. Some of them anyway. Some of them do need help.
Expired. The next speaker is Leticia Chavez. Leticia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. Hi, my name is Leticia and I'm a North Richmond resident. Please support Y3, the non-residential buildings to shelter down house. But please, have in consideration that strategically placing or allowing encampments in or near distressed neighborhood, it looks and feels a segregation of communities in distress. Thank you. I owe my time.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
So where you were in the middle of trying to vote. You had a motion that was made to send it back to staff, and then there's a substitute motion. The substitute motion, we had just started voting on it. So I think you should retake the vote on the substitute motion, which was to pass this on first reading.
The mayor's additional information.
Well, yes, that also included that the mayor wanted that if somebody was in occupancy and the emergency expired, they could continue, but no new units.
Okay. Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The substitute motion passes with Vice Mayor Martinez voting no, and Councilmember Willis is absent.
Gotta win, Tom. There you go.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. So that brings us to the end of our meeting unless somebody has any memorials.
I do want to give a quick report, and it's really not a report, but it's a comment, if that's okay to make in my report. And that is that I thought Deborah Small's comments were just, she always speaks articulately. She made all the comments about democracy, and I thought she said it so beautifully. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, I think we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You see
Dave, I
that?
like your style.
I know, hey, at midnight, it all gets kind of amusing.